Thank you very much, Karen. Time check, I think we are good to go. I see there are 34 participants, including show staff, and we intend there would be few more of our show colleagues, seafarers, who would be joining this session. But nevertheless, I think without wasting time, we're going to move ahead. So, hi team. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone, and thanks very much for dialing into this webinar. This is the virtual crew seminar for V-Ships Cyprus, and our seafarers are logging in from Philippines, along with our shore staff from Cyprus and members of our agency Southfield. I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Alfonso, Fleet Postal Manager from Southfield. We also have Port Captain Captain Nobleza. We have the Deputy Manager Captain Manuel and Management Trainee Peter from Southfield in this seminar. So welcome back. My name is Captain Rishi Sharma. I'm the head of Global Training Center Operations, and I'm based out of Mumbai. Me, along with my team, will be your host for the webinar today. What we see on the slide, yes, I think we all would agree that this is an unprecedented time in society. But because all your efforts and maritime trade continue in tough times. As we all are aware, for almost 2 years now, I can say various government bodies across the globe, they have stopped group gatherings for obvious reasons, which is pandemic. And for that reason, we never wanted to sit idle because of various jurisdictions, because of the local government. So we want to take this opportunity to appraise you on how the business is doing. We would also like to listen to your concerns. We would also like to listen to your feedback, and probably we'll try to address them during this forum. Well, intention for this seminar is not only that you hear from that we hear from you. It's as good as you hear from us and our expert analyst. And such kind of webinars, seminars are only successful if all our colleagues, seafarer colleagues, give their inputs and share their experience. So we look forward for your active participation in this seminar. Can we move on to the next slide, Karen, please? Yep. Well, this gives attendee background. We can see we have a good mix of deck officers and engineers. We, on the right-hand side, upper right-hand side, we can see most of the people who have joined this seminar, they have been in the company for more than 3 to 5 years. There are quite a few who are more than 5 years. And if you see at the bottom of the screen, it says, have you attended any face-to-face seminar with V Group in the past? Well, the majority says no, and then there are quite a few who has. Yes, as we said, this is for past 2 years, we haven't done any face-to-face, but soon the situation improves. We would be meeting you into a face-to-face scenario where we can interact better. Can we move on to next, please? Okay. Now, this is a seminar agenda. The invites you have received, you must have got this seminar over there. This gives basically how we are planned for the day. We have safety movement by Oleg, HSEQ manager, and he's also the DPA with V-Ships Cyprus. Followed by that, there's going to be a roadmap, a video being played, and there's a message from our CEO. I'm pleased to inform you all that we also have Alistair Witt, Managing Director, V-Ships Cyprus, and he would be giving informing us more about delivery performance excellence, resilience, and safety leadership. Followed by that, our HSEQ manager is going to speak on environmental compliance. The CMP crew management partner, Ms. Elena, is going to tell us about crew operations update. Then we have commercial awareness by Peter. We also have learning from incidents, risk assessment and management, followed by fleet procurement. And very interesting thing, I'm pleased to inform that Mr. Stewart, Technical Manager, Anglo International, is going to update us on Anglo International projects, especially with respect to ballast water treatment and scrubber. We also have sessions on vetting for bulkers. We have defect awareness, vessel equipment failure by Harris, Fleet Manager. Then it's going to be followed by fleet operation update by our Operations Director, V-Ship Cyprus, followed by a training session by Captain Vitali on career development and progress. So as you can see, we have quite a few of Q&A sessions. So please feel free that keep your questions ready and keep your active participations. Listen to what is being shared by the subject matter experts. And definitely we look forward for your views and comments. Can we move on to next, please? Thank you very much. These are some guidelines for this session. We encourage use of headphone for better sound experience. We request everyone to remain muted when the presentations are going on. Agenda has already been provided. In case you have any queries, any questions, please suggest you write down in the chat box and mention the name of the subject matter expert whom you want to ask that. You could also be muted in case you want to speak. Please raise your hand. The admin is going to unmute you so that you can speak to our presenter. And please feel free, keep writing your comments in the chat box. And as I said, our request again, we look forward for your active participation and feedback all through this session. There is a very interesting saying. There's a gentleman called Jim Rohn. He's an American entrepreneur, author, and he's a motivational speaker. He says, be a collector of good ideas. And for that, keep a journal. Well, I do that. I do that very frankly. I always keep a journal next to me. And then if you hear any good ideas, write it down. Do not trust your memory because memory fades away with time, with so many things happening. So again, keep your journal ready in case you hear anything interesting. Note it down. In case any questions, note it down and do share with us and with your peer. So we wish you all the very best for this exciting session which is coming up. To start, it's time for safety movement. Here in V-Ships, we do this before every meeting as safety is our #1 priority. So I would like to invite Smolin Oleg, HSEQ Manager and DPA for V-Ship Cyprus for the safety movements, please.
Thank you, Rishi. Good morning and good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you on this seminar. Okay, the year 2021 for V Group was a very challenging year. Totally, we had 5 fatal incidents on group vessels. And I would like to speak with you today regarding the recent one. Fatal accident happened during mooring operation. We all know that I saw that most of you have experienced 3 to 5 years on group vessels and most probably much higher experience in the shipping industry in general. We know that mooring operations remaining high-risk operations. Doesn't matter that you're doing this regularly, it's a routine job, but we always should remember that it's high-risk, hazardous operation. I choose this accident because it happened on bulk carrier. and it's not typical for the bulk carriers. One of the group bulk carriers was loading grain from a transshipper vessel. It was an offshore operation. And at final stage of loading, when the vessel was requested to shift forward just for a couple of meters, the master decided to use the spring lines, spring lines to move the vessel forward. On the poop deck, it was only two persons, chief officer and one of deckhands operating the mooring winch. And when they started heaving up the spring lines and tension came on one of the spring lines, the rope jumped from the roller. I hope you see the photographs. It's nighttime photographs, but it's pretty clear. So it's jumped out of the roller fairly and struck the chief officer on his head. He got very severe injuries. He was immediately evacuated because vessel was in shore proximity, and finally he was pronounced dead at the local hospital. Next slide, please. Yes, let's watch short video. Thank you. Karen, please, next slide. Why I want you to watch this video? It perfectly demonstrates how dangerous could be mooring ropes when they are parting under the tension. It doesn't matter, either it's mooring tails, if you're using mooring wires, or if you're using synthetic wire ropes, then the danger is the same. On this slide, you see few conditions why we believe that mooring ropes could be parted. You will have a copy of this, you will get a link to download this presentation, and I want you to bring this presentation on board your vessels. Choose one of the safety meetings on board, and on next slide, please, next slide, please. On next slide, there are few of the suggested questions you need to discuss on board your vessel. I want you to bring this case on board and discuss it on board. All of you qualified, trained seafarers, but we should continue to maintain safety environment during all our operations, critical operations. This is my safety moment for today.
Thank you, Olaf, for the safety moment. And really, it's very important that we observe safety on board. And for our next presentation, we have here a message from our CEO. And let's all watch this one.
This is our time. This is really our moment.
Now is the time to set off on our next voyage.
Pride in our people, it's deep-rooted, it's in our DNA.
We are one team, we are one company.
Today really marks the beginning of the next phase of the company, and it makes me truly excited to share what we call this journey map.
It's got 6 chapters to it, and each chapter has a purpose. Chapter 1 is about the pride and purpose of the organization, and then there'll be a moment on chapter 2 to talk about the current reality, the challenges that we're facing, and then we move to chapter 3, lift the spirits with the opportunity that's available to us at this point in time. And then to the right, we get to the engine room of the story. The business plan, the strategy, and link to it the behaviors and culture in 4 and 5. And then finally, we have a look at the destination, What will be the destination of that journey?
We are setting the sails into the future. And that's why you will see in the left corner the rallying cry for all of us: we win together.
Let's now start our journey with Chapter 1, our pride and purpose. Maritime transport is the backbone of global trade.
We have a rich history and much to be proud of.
This is a story that needs to be told.
Let's never forget this business is all about our people.
Can you find a word that makes you proud to work for V Group?
What I see on screen is all the ingredients for success.
But it's been hard work to steady the ship, and we need to make more headway. The picture says it quite well, even without the words. This chapter is a reality check.
And I have no doubt that we can do this if we stand closely together as a team and constantly challenge ourselves to be really our best.
We know we can do this if we engage our excellent people at sea and ashore and create that winning team culture.
This is what makes great companies even better, is that we can have these sessions. It's a huge opportunity in the first time outsourcing market to really be making a difference.
And I see Shipshare 2 as building the strongest foundations for our digital platform.
I would love to share with you our strategy wheelhouse. So now we need to ensure that we harness all of those opportunities.
Can we use these values to guide our day-to-day decisions and behaviors? Can we really live these values?
In the most trusting environments that I've worked in, there's a strong and healthy challenge culture where people aren't afraid to speak up, challenge the status quo, and really collectively try to get the best results and ideas.
We'll be seen as one team and a digital company that delivers excellent and compelling value to our customers proactively.
We're going to double down on key growth initiatives, and we're going to be digitally led.
These principles, I believe, will need to permeate the business, pushed by the commercial team, certainly, but owned by the managing directors and the wider organization.
So let's together continue attracting the women and men to this great industry, but lead from the front. After all, as we heard earlier, 90% of global trade is waterborne. This is the opportunity to provoke true change. True material change to shipping and the planet we live on. We simply need to return to a profitable business, allowing us to reinvest back in all our people across the world and across the fleet.
For a good strategy to be executed well, that really requires everybody to get behind it.
We will come out of this stronger than before. We are one unit.
We have great and highly competent people, and that's a fantastic basis for our future development.
Now, let's together unleash our true potential. We win together.
Okay, so I hope everyone get the message from our leaders. And to continue with our seminar, I welcome Alastair Evitt, our Managing Director for Bishop Cyprus. Hi, Alastair.
Hi, Karen. Magandan hapun. Good afternoon, good morning to everybody on the call. And I add my welcome to all of you. I welcome our seafaring colleagues. I understand that this is a day of your vacation, and I really appreciate you've taken the time to attend this seminar this afternoon. A seminar is a discussion. It's our opportunity to learn from you every bit as much as it is your opportunity, I hope, to learn something from us. It's a very tight schedule, And in the space of 6 hours, there's going to be a lot of information. So please, as Captain Rishi said, take notes, write it down, challenge, discuss. And believe me, there is no such thing as a dumb question. If you're not, if you're not clear and you ask a question, I guarantee that all your colleagues were dying to ask the same question, but were not confident enough to do so. So they will thank you for asking. Now, before we start, Karen, you were going to just run a very short poll, and then at the end of the presentation, we'll just have a look at the results. Are we ready for that?
Yes, Alistair.
Okay, so really my question to all of you, you've all sailed aboard the Anglo vessels, you've interacted with the fleet cell. Is the level of communication between the office and vessel, is it excellent? Is it good? Is it fair? Is it poor? Please let us have your opinion. Okay, and while we're doing that, let me go on to introduce myself. I mean, as Karen said, I'm Alistair Revett. I'm the Managing Director of V-Ships in Cyprus. My bio's there. I think the most important thing about it is that I came ashore. I went to sea in 1975 and I came ashore in 1990, a mere 31 years ago. And why is that important? It's important because when I came ashore, there were no mobile telephones on board ships. There was no internet. There was no ECDIS. ARPA was in its infancy. And in fact, there was even no ISM code because that came in 1991. So many of us in the office have got served at sea, have got good experience at sea, but very often it is dated. It's not current. So we understand the principle, we understand the theory, but we must rely on our colleagues on board, which are you. We have to rely on you to be our ears and eyes on board the ship. Okay, well, we've seen the results. I didn't want to see them until afterwards, but never mind. Excellent, good, fair, and no poors. That's encouraging. Karen, next slide, please. We've got a slightly different situation here where our Filipino seafaring colleagues are employed through Southfield. And many of you have had a relationship with Greg Ship Management and with Anglo before V-Ships. But very, very pleased that Anglo has entrusted the ship management to V-Ships and that we are cooperating with Southfield in order to engage you, our colleagues, on board the vessels. So I hope you know who V-Ships are, the leading global maritime and offshore vessel management and support services provider. We believe in high ethical standards. As Oleg has highlighted, safety underpins everything we do. We've got a global presence with scale and capabilities to tailor solutions. Best-in-class expertise in talent pool ashore and afloat, which includes all of you, and global footprint with established structures. So 44,000 seafarers located in 30 countries with 60 different offices and 2,200 vessels served. So that's who we are. So whilst Oleg has highlighted safety must always remain our highest priority, our service to our collective client, Anglo International, must follow a close second. And we will achieve this by teamwork built in the foundation of good communications. That was why I asked about communications. So the first building block of good communications is knowing who you are communicating with. So let me introduce the V-Ship Cyprus executive management team. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's myself, Alistair Ebbett, the managing director. Konstantinos Marketos, our operations director. You will hear from Konstantinos through the course of the day. Rennie Corford Olsen, you saw Rennie in the video. He was presenting it, the V-Way, we work together. And Bjorn Sprotty, the chief executive officer, overall in charge of global ship management. But I think it's good that we all know the senior level of management, but the reality is that day to day, your contact will be with your fleet cell colleagues, and that you will be introduced to them through the course of the day as they give the various presentations. And as Captain Rishi said, of course, it would have been preferable that we were able to hold this seminar face-to-face so that we could meet personally, we could shake hands, as we've done in the past, and I'm absolutely sure we will do again in the future. However, still in this COVID era, virtual on Zoom is a good second best. Next slide, please. So, overall focus to deliver a flawless service. The concept of a ship is quite simple. A ship is a moving platform designed to transport cargo. And when the ship is transporting cargo, it's making money. So we then need the client to entrust us, we're not a ship owner, with operating this asset. We next need the charterers, the vetting organizations, the flag, the class, to trust us and to know that we operate the ship well. The key word is trust. And believe me, we in the office need to trust you, our colleagues on board the ship, and you, our colleagues on board the ship, need to be able to trust us. I'm convinced that good ship management service delivery is achieved by having one management team. And I'm absolutely, this is a mantra I've had for years, that the ship and shore-based management team must work as one team to deliver flawless service. It cannot be us and them. It just cannot. So how do we achieve this? And at the point of repeating myself, the answer is by understanding each other and communicating well. And believe me, for an industry that is totally dependent on communication and has been in its entirety, we're often not very good at it. Next slide, please. So safety leadership is a given and it must not be compromised. I personally get very upset when I hear about ports state control deficiencies. But believe me, it's not because of the statistic, but because I know that each deficiency represents a risk to the safety and well-being of my colleagues on board. If fire flaps don't close, if lifeboats don't start, if emergency generators don't start, it's not going to put me in any danger. It's going to put you in danger, the colleagues on board the ship. So be selfish. When it comes to safety, put yourselves first. Next is market leadership. Anglo International is our client. It's V-Ship's client and Southfield's client. And ultimately, our clients pay all our wages. It doesn't matter whether you're in the office or you're on board the ship. It's the money that the ship earns, that the owner pays us in fees, that pays all our wages. So we need Anglo to be market leaders. We want them to buy more ships, to encourage promotions, and to pay all our wages. And how do we get there? By cost leadership. So whether we're on board the ship or in the office, when we look at the OPEX, the operating spend of the vessel, we should look at it as if it was coming from our own pocket. If this was our ship and our money, would we spend it that way? So the question is this cost needed? If it's needed, no doubt we spend it. And if in doubt about need, communicate, ask, discuss, decide and move forward. It may be one of the other sister ships as a spare, many permutations, but we get there by discussing. And be in absolutely no doubt, this applies equally to the office and shore-based members of the vessel management team. So it applies to everybody. Next slide, please. So a summary of what's been discussed: how a ship managed business is run by strong relations with our customers and stakeholders, and no more important stakeholders than our colleagues in the ship. How a relationship with the customer is built by strong service delivery performance to our customers. How to build a satisfied customer? We must all think like an owner, impress the owner, and inspire others. And how to convert a satisfied customer to a loyal customer by adding value to the field of operations. So all of us need to clearly understand that all of us, office, ship, senior, junior, we're all part of this overall picture, and we must work singularly towards achieving it. Next slide, please. So management practices needed for flawless service delivery. Now, I think that this is important. It's important for all managers who are dealing with people that report to them. I'm a great believer that if you tell somebody why you want something, you've got more chance of getting a good job delivered. So the more information you communicate about the why, I need that because, I want this because, if we do this, it's going to affect that. The more receptive the colleague being asked will be. Of course, there are critical times where a direct order is the only answer. But if you understand why, and that is for real purpose and benefit, the action you're being asked to do, the better the response is likely to be. Next slide, please. So how will we communicate? Well, we've got ship-to-shore communications, shore-to-ship communications, and we've got communications during incidents and emergencies. So I'm not going to read through the slide, but just to say, I mean, shore to ship and ship to shore is a two-way process. Like a radio, it's transmit and receive, speak and listen. So we've got scheduled engagement calls. We've started a 1-month operational call between the shore management team and the ship management team. And the purpose there is to get a first-hand understanding of what the problems are, what the morale is, what's concerning the team on board the ship, what's concerning the team in the office, and as a group of senior managers to arrive at solutions. Vessels visits, I know that COVID has interrupted this, but we've got to get back there, and we've got to get on board the ship. Pre-joining engagement calls. Again, COVID has interrupted this. We've not been able to welcome our senior officer colleagues into the office in order to engage with them, to understand them both socially and professionally. Seafarers conferences like we're doing today, virtual, not face-to-face, but I believe a good alternative. Engagement and goal setting and performance management. What do we expect from each other? What are the goals? What are the targets? Circulars and updates. V-Ships has got 600 ships in management. Incidents happen. They always said, you know, if we could, the best way to learn is from other people's experiences, and hopefully not from our own bad experience. Inclusion of owners in Southfield is required into the engagements. We're really fortunate that both Southfield and Anglo encourage this three-way dialogue. And like we've just seen videos and messages from our senior executive. Next slide, please. Please don't try and read this, but I use it to highlight the complexity of the communications chain that revolves around a ship and the many stakeholders involved, the vessel, the charters, the commercial managers, the owners, the crew managers, the technical managers. If people do not, for all of us, do not follow the correct communications protocols, and this gets mixed up and wrong parties start communication, confusion and frustration reigns. And when that happens, mistakes happen. So please, let's simplify and clarify the communications chain so we all know who we should be communicating with and stick to them. And once again, if in any doubt, please ask. Next slide, please. So my closing comment is one I make to all senior, I meet every single senior officer that comes through this office. And my closing message is the one I always have with them. We will only succeed as one management team. The management team and board are our eyes and our ears. The management team ashore is a support function. Primarily, we are here to support the management team on board the ship. And the office management team can best support when we know what is happening and what is needed on board. Next slide, please. I come back to the poll at the start, and there was a real purpose behind it. Good communications are the key to flawless service delivery and customer service. To me, this seminar is part of a journey as the office team and the shipboard management team become one team and really start to communicate. So once again, I wish everyone a constructive and enjoyable day. I look forward to your questions. I look forward to your engagement because this is your opportunity. And I personally, I look forward to answering any questions you may have at the question and answer service. So customer, feedback, support, innovation, quality, excellence, and first, primarily friendly, that results in service. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alistair. And indeed, communication and trust is really important among us. And on our next topic, may I call on again Oleg for HSE excellence and environmental compliance. Welcome, Oleg.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Okay. quick introduction. With many of you, I had a chance to speak on the phone or during our, let's say, conference calls with vessels, but for some of you, maybe I'm only the name on the, you have on the poster on the bulkhead as a DPA. So about my background. At present moment, I am HSEQ manager and DPA in Limassol office of V-Ships. Totally, I am in industry over 28 years. Since first time I joined the vessel as a cadet. 10 of these years I spent on sailing on gas tankers and I grow from cadets up to master position. I decided to finish my sea career in 2006. But since that time, I was always engaged in shipping industries and shipping businesses. Before joining V-Ship in 2013, I had experience of working in private shipping company and as well as as inspector in Paris MOU port state control. Since 2013, I'm with V-Ships as marine superintendent, and last 3.5 years in position of HSEQ manager and DPA for all of our fleet. Next slide, please. Just a quick picture, let's say snapshot, where we are with our KPIs at the end of 2021. So what can I say? The blue color KPIs, which were achieved, and we're proud that we achieved them. The red one, which we are still have area to improve. Okay, first one, it's a mistake, it should be blue one. We are proud that we had no fatality incident in 2021 and in 2020, and hope in all following years. Again, lost time injuries, we achieved good result, and it's what is behind this figure. It was less accidents, less injuries of our seafarer colleagues in 2021 than we had in 2020, and for 2022 we have the same target to achieve, to reduce this number. Okay, through the 2021 we have negative trend in increased number of incidents. Mainly it's a technical breakdown incident, and it perfectly correlates with the considerable downtime we had. So this is the area we need to be focused in 2022 to reduce the number of these incidents, breakdowns, which causing considerable losses, commercial losses, financial losses to our clients. What else I would like to say? Port state control. By figures, it's okay. We achieved the goal at group level. But if we will go to next slide, please. We can see that for the group, for entire group vessels, for dry bulk vessels, the deficiency rate, it's almost double we have on tanker fleet. And we should ask ourselves why it's like this. Okay, on tankers we have more inspections, maybe every second, every third port on tankers we have inspection, but the industry tendency for dry bulk vessel is the same. So we should ensure that we have our vessels permanently, continuously ready for port state control inspections. Next slide, please. How we can achieve it? As Alistair said in his presentation, that you are our eyes, ears, and also hands, you doing the inspection, not us. And all these KPIs on this table is not our achievement, it's your achievement. How to improve situation with post-state control with the number of findings, defects. First of all, it's robust and good self-inspection. Do it robustly. Distribute inspections responsibility among all officers. It's not just, I don't know, chief engineer, chief officer responsibility to prepare the vessel. Each officer should be accountable and responsible for preparing vessel for inspection. We regularly circulating PC bulletins, lessons learned, and experience, let's say, case study, experience sharing with you. Conduct a meeting, discuss it, apply our recommendations and our suggestions on your vessels. Another very important thing is don't afraid to report the problem. If you see a defect, when it's reported to the office, you're sharing responsibility between us and you. We will assist you to fix the problem. This is our target. This is our aim here in the office. Report all problems you see on board your vessels. We have for this perfect instrument, ShipSure, emails. Good reporting line, it's paramount to achieve good PC results. And another important point is risk normalization. When you coming on board, let's say new vessel or your vessel which you were working before, and you see something, don't think it was always like that before me, or don't think that company already knows about the defect. Risk normalization is not acceptable. Next slide, please. But all these KPIs, all these post-state controls results, especially safety KPIs, what is behind this? We face challenges daily. It's fact of our industry. You work in hazardous environment. You often work with hazardous cargoes. You operate heavily and complex equipment. Within this challenging environment, our safety records is generally satisfactory. However, we still continue to see examples where our high standards are not being consistently met on the vessels. We're still facing collisions, groundings, PSC detentions, technical failures, personal injuries, and other examples of poor performance. This area is very easy to be average, but to achieve truly excellent performance, we require excellent leadership from all officers on board. And we need to target continuous improvement across entire fleet. And your personal role is vital in this. On this slide, you see a few safety leadership 5 key behaviors. Familiarize yourself with these key behaviors and ask yourself, are you complying with this? Next slide, please. You know that at V Group, we have HSEQ vision. And to deliver this, we have identified 6 key areas of focus shown on this slide. This includes safety, quality, environment, our existing reporting system, and also reward and recognition program we implementing on our vessels. But as you see, in the heart of all of these initiatives lies safety culture. Let's talk what we believe under why it's most important. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, on the left side, you see the picture. This picture was photograph was made on one of our vessels. And you see the one seafarer working on the hatch combing, cleaning the hatch combing without any safety equipment. And the second colleague is working in proximity, and there is no any reaction from his side on such unsafe behavior of his colleague. To understand the culture, first we need to understand how it can fail and what the disastrous impact it can have. You perfectly understand what this is a near miss, but potentially it's a fatal accident. All of us should recognize this. This near miss is a perfect example of weak safety culture on board. That it includes allowing risk-taking behavior and placing too much responsibility on this particular individual on their own safety. All of us know that working at height is hazard, and you know the safety practices need to be implemented on board. But all these practices will not be effective without clear leadership and prioritization of safety on your vessels. Next slide, please. That is why I would like to talk about leadership again. Success of safety culture depends on cooperation and commitment of all on board. We know that safety has no rank. It's correct. However, commitment to safety must come from the top. On this conference call, we have officers. When we are talking that it should come from top, it means from officers, from ship's management. Effective leaders shall communicate and motivate the shipboard team to make safety a priority on your vessels. And leaders who devalue safety and let safety violations slide, they are promoting the poor safety culture. Leaders can start by ensuring that all work at height, for instance, is adequately supervised. Training is provided. Workload and fatigue are managed effectively and implemented. Procedure clearly prioritize safety above the pressure. No any time pressure can allow unsafe behavior. Same time, seafarers can contribute by following procedures. Always use safety equipment. Report defects. Don't take undue risk. Nobody tells thank you if you do it. And remember that even work that is done frequently can be dangerous. You all safety leaders. As officers, you must set the highest standard on board your vessels. Ask yourself, when last time someone on board was challenging your behavior, or your decision? If you cannot remember this, please look at yourself and consider if your behavior and approach might be the reason people don't contribute. Even if you can remember such cases, most of them can be more approachable in this vitally important area. Next slide, please. We know that accidents can happen to people who are overconfident or complacent and who takes shortcuts. Being serious about putting safety first is critical. We should be serious when we are talking about safety. It's not just a tick box exercise or a simple checklist to be completed. It requires complete, entire safety mindset. Teams works best when everybody contributes to teamwork. But make sure that everybody knows that they should contribute, that we're expecting from them that they should contribute in safety. Accidents also happens when some of those involved are unexperienced. Remember that someone can be qualified, but not necessarily experienced, especially someone recently promoted. As leaders, you should acknowledge that experience and support inexperienced people. Help them to develop, give them responsibility, but monitor them. Ask yourself, how many family members are supported by those working on your vessel? Please think about those family members and imagine you must explain to a wife or a child that their husband or father has been seriously injured. This should give you more focus to why we want to make improvements on board. Next slide, please. In terms of making improvements, one simple message might be shortcuts are often taken by good people intending to help, but can end in tragedy. It's important to create an environment where shortcuts are never taken, never approved, and ideally never even considered. Developing this environment will involve an entire safety culture. The way you exercise leadership, the way you communicate and interact with people. Remember that all of you are being watched all the time, and your responsibility is to ensure that no one even sees anything that is not positive example. Accidents often happen when those involved are under stress or pressure. Poor response in emergency situation is a commonly noted factor in all accidents. Take extra effort to ensure that drills you're carrying out on board are realistic as possible. One thing we could do is to improve our personal resilience. You know that we have partners at Maritime Safety Program, and resilience training material are provided on all vessels. It's intended to help here. Of course, it's not just about completing the training on computer, but about modifying our behavior. Next slide, please. And again, I would like to focus on reporting. You know that company encourage all seafarers on board to report unsafe act, unsafe condition, near-miss reports, and supports any decision to stop the job if it becomes apparent that harm could occur to yourself, your colleagues, the environment in which you work, or the vessel we work. The onboard leadership team need to create an environment where the junior team members are able to stop the job. There must be no any blame assigned to the people activating the stop the job process. This is in line with our just culture policy. Next slide, please. From your unsafe act, unsafe condition, and near-miss reports, we work together with company called Anglo, which we analyze your reports, and this company make assumption and they predict incident within our fleet. That is why your reporting is so important. We learn from your reports and we can prevent serious incidents. This high-low table on this screen shows the most common undesired events and associated leading events recorded in December 2021, along with some selected event description. Okay, we are not going to read through this, but believe me, this program works perfectly. So we once again encourage you to report all unsafe act, unsafe condition you see on board. Encourage your teammates to report it. Send it to me. And also share with us safe practices and safe conditions, best practices, which you like to share with your colleagues on other vessels. Next slide, please. Concerning our environmental vision. In the first slide with our KPIs, you saw that we didn't achieve the environment KPIs, both for the plastic procession and for the reduction of CO2 emission. Either we were too optimistic when set up the targets, or we have to admit that we failed to make sufficient efforts to achieve these KPIs. And this is something we need to be focused in next year. We still commit to adopt and promote industry standards, and not only the standards, we want to promote best practices. We have ambition to be a leader in environmental and energy management, and it's related both at sea and ashore. Next slide, please. In 2022, and same in previous years, the group set number of environmental goals. Like I said already, it's reduction of harmful emissions, elimination of single-use plastic, and enhancing awareness on environmental responsibilities. And the most important, next slide, please. I would like to remind you that deliberate environmental non-compliance is the biggest risk to the group. Non-compliant behavior from one person can have a catastrophic impact on the entire company. Remember that in US and globally in the world, environmental enforcement actions continue to grow rapidly. The possibility of criminal prosecution of companies or individuals for environmental violation is a significant risk. Jail sentences are on the increase. Fines are mounting rapidly, increasing number of companies being fined. Compliance programs are expensive, and reputational damage is severe. Remember, we are a service business here, and we are built upon our reputations and values. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg, and thank you for reminding us regarding about the safety. And just a reminder for everyone, if you have any questions for Oleg and Alistair, you can type in the chat box below, and we will pick it up during the Q&A sessions. Okay, so for our next topic, we have Elena, our crew management partner from the ship Cyprus, to talk about the crewing operations updates. Welcome, Elena.
Hi, Karen. Good day, everyone. A very warm welcome from me as well to all our seafarers participating, all the colleagues in Cyprus, in Southfield, and most importantly, the training department. Thank you all very much. So, Karen, can you go to the next slide for a brief background? Okay, so I am the dedicated crew manager for the Anglo fleet, and I have took over the fleet since the same has been moved from Shanghai to Limassol. As you can see, I have joined the company back in 2003 in the capacity of an NTD accountant, and I gradually grew to the NTD account supervisor and then NTD accounts manager up until 2014, when I shifted to the crew department, and I initially had the role of assistant crew manager. Back in February 2020, I have been promoted to crew manager, and ever since I have been working alongside our senior CMP, Mr. Diamandis Thomas. And during all this time in the crew department, I have been involved more or less with all the clients under the Bishop's Limassol office, and I have experience on all types of tankers as well as bulk carriers. Next slide, please, Karen. So, as most of you might be aware, the VCrew Connect app is now available to all V Group crew. The application is available in both the Play Store for Android mobiles and the App Store for iPhones, and it is compatible with all devices. Through this portal, you can reach out to the chat support and raise any questions you might have or ask for any clarification in regards to any question you might have. Next slide, please. Through the app, you can also declare your next availability prior disembarkation and secure your next assignment in advance. Moreover, you are able to upload all your documents and certificates and view your pending trainings with the deadline for completion specified. The app gives digitized seafarers the opportunity to perform and complete mobilization tasks from wherever they are in the world. It aims to give you more time at home to spend with your family and ensure visits to the office are meaningful and value added. As per the latest statistics we have, 72% of active Anglo pool seafarers are currently digitized, and the numbers keep growing. We need to emphasize here that for this pool specifically, the digitization started in late 2021, and the numbers have rapidly grew, and we need to thank our colleagues in Southfield for this, and also our seafarers for being receptive to the request from the office. Next slide, please. So in mid-2020, the new performance appraisal system, called PAS in short, was launched in Wave to all V Group managed vessels. This is now installed and running on all Anglo vessels. A number of instructions were sent on board by the crew workforce management and systems team dedicated in developing and launching this system. The process generally is split in 3 steps, as you can see on the slide. The sign-on meeting, where performance expectations are set and discussed. Then we have the midterm feedback meeting, which is an informal follow-up, giving the opportunity to both parties to discuss the performance at that stage and highlight any weaknesses and areas of improvement identified during the time on board. Lastly, we have the final evaluation meeting, during which your performance while on board should be discussed in detail and the action plan should be finalized. The key advantages of the new system, as you can see on the slide, are the fact that you get to know each seafarer in person. You can discuss in detail and set your expectations both ways. It provides a wider view on crew performance. It is designed to ensure that there is a consistent, fair, and transparent performance appraisal and review. The evaluation is based on observation across the whole contract period, not just a specified period during your contract. And the support to the seafarer in regards to his future career development is identified. And also we can set any training needs in order to assist each and every one of you to develop and grow within the fleet. Next slide, please. All the performance appraisal dimensions must be taken into consideration, always subject to your rank. The performance scale is split in 6 categories with clear definitions for each mentioned on the appraisal form. So we have from outstanding up to unacceptable. When in the office we receive and review the appraisals, when we have appraisals from outstanding, excellent, proficient, and capable, for us, it is a clear sign that the performance on board is satisfactory and there is nothing to worry about. And we will especially focus on appraisals with unsatisfactory or unacceptable performance scale, where the appraiser will need to clearly indicate why this scale has been given. And also the seafarer himself must be fully aware as to what went wrong, what he needs to improve, and what this office and Southfield can do in order to assist them improve their knowledge. So the aim of the appraisals is to assist us to monitor your performance, as previously mentioned, while you're on board, and closely follow up your development. The appraisals are a great tool for crew management to assist with your career development and also to provide support, as mentioned before, in any weak area identified. Any training needs raised must be closely followed up by our crewing team as well as Southfield in order to ensure that the required courses are passed prior to your next embarkation and that you have successfully closed all training needs identified during your contract. Next slide, please. So within the first few months of the COVID-19 pandemic, Vin Group established the COVID Crewing Command Center, or CCCC in short, in order to ensure crew safety. Close monitoring of all developments ensures that we manage crew changes in a safe and effective way for all our crew members. Through the various CCCC instructions issued since the beginning of the pandemic, we have had several enhanced mobilization procedures that have been introduced across the group. The ultimate goal is to ensure the safety of all crew during the crew change arrangements and while on board our managed vessels. The PCR test prior joining is mandatory for all crew prior traveling in order to, and also we need to ensure that all the required PPE is supplied to all our joiners as well as off-signers. Furthermore, we have established an extensive pre-joining COVID briefing awareness session to be provided to all crew in order to ensure safety while traveling. Prior to the commencement of any crew change, a comprehensive risk assessment is prepared by the office and it is reviewed and approved by the fleet managers and the respective CMPs. This is the main tool that we use in order to mitigate all the risks involved and ensure that we follow all the requirements of the local authorities as well as our group while mobilizing our crew. Also, V Group has appointed a leading medical management company called Future Care for medical advices around the clock for all our managed vessels. In addition, we have launched the Employee Assistance Program through ComPsych, providing support to any crew who might reach out for help. We are also sending weekly COVID crew change updates and crew change plans to all our managed vessels, keeping them fully updated with all the developments. From the 22nd of March 2020 to date, V Group has successfully completed more than 100,000 crew moves. During the same period, V-Ships Limassol has performed more than 7,500 crew moves for our managed vessels. Moreover, regular updates and communications by the crew management and also by the group are distributed to all crew on board and all crew ashore. Also, our local manning agencies are updating your families while you're on board in regards to the developments and any update the group would like to share with our crew and their families. Lastly, we have had and we still have a lot of virtual senior leadership engagement calls that are being conducted by both crew and ship management in order to interact with our crew on board and provide support when and where needed. Next slide, please. The V-Ship Seafarer Employee Assistance Program, EAP in short, offers a network of services to help seafarers improve their health and achieve more at work and home and handle personal, legal, or financial challenges successfully. The services are strictly confidential and offer seafarers someone to talk to and resources to consult whenever they face any difficulties or they have situations they would like to deal with. You or one of your family members can use the app either by phone, dialing the designated telephone number, or by logging in online at the website provided for this, which is guidanceresources.com. Next slide, please. The VCare program launched is focused on seafarer health and well-being, increase engagement and motivation, as well as reduce medical cases on board our managed vessels. The major features of this program, as mentioned on the slide, are well at sea, healthy meal planning, social activities on board, and 24/7 counseling hotline. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, as a consequence of the ongoing COVID-19 situation and the development in shipping in general, we see an increased focus on mental well-being for our seafarers. During this worldwide pandemic, one of our key priorities has been the well-being of our crew. As the crisis has developed, our concern for our seafarers' physical and mental well-being has become higher than ever. We believe that equipping our seafarers with the right tools and information can have a significant impact. As a result, in May 2020, V Group released a Master's Guide to Mental Wellbeing developed by the recently formed Mental Wellbeing Committee. V Group is very proud to have worked in partnership with the international charity Sailor Society, which has a presence in ports across the world during this initiative. Well-being is the holistic experience of positive health, and it includes having good mental health, high life satisfaction, a sense of meaning or purpose, and ability to manage stress. The published Master's Guide to Mental Well-being aims to help masters play a positive and determining role in ensuring the well-being of their crew. It includes material on mental health and mental illness and outlines the main triggers, signs, and symptoms that prevent seafarers suffering from poor mental health and well-being. The guide also shares practical measures that can be taken to respond and assist crew in these situations when identified. The program comes in several languages, including Filipino, and more information can be obtained at the website provided, which is www.seafarerswelfare.org. Next slide, please. So, COVID-19 vaccination and its importance. For the seafarers, it provides protection against COVID, of course. It gives a reassurance when traveling and working in an uncertain world with all these various COVID infections and what is going on now in the world. It enables seafarers to go ashore should the local circumstances allow it. And also with the seafarers being vaccinated, we have fewer travel restrictions, and it makes the crew change opportunities and arrangements for us easier. For the shipping industry in general, vaccinated seafarers are far less likely to impact negatively the health of others they may come into contact with, since they travel around the world and they interact with a number of people in several ports. It allows normal vessel operations, and again, it provides fewer travel restrictions and makes crew changes for them easier. So vaccinating seafarers, therefore, benefits the individuals themselves, their families, the shipping companies they work for, and the ports and countries they visit. Next slide, please. So considering that the benefits of being fully vaccinated are overwhelming, the big group has taken the decision that all seafarers who are due to join one of our managed vessels from the 15th of February 2022 onwards should be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. So starting from that date, in order to ensure the best possible safety of all our seafarers and the people they interact with, it has been decided that the group may only employ fully vaccinated crew. There are, of course, some cases where we need to reconsider this decision due to special circumstances, but the consensus is that all crew joining the vessels must be fully vaccinated. Therefore, over the past few months, we have had thousands of seafarers receiving the vaccination at their home countries or opting to get the vaccination on board our managed vessels when they are calling a port where vaccination is available. As we all know, being fully vaccinated benefits us first and foremost, and also provides protection for us and our family. We have fewer travel restrictions to face, and we are also providing greater protection for everybody on board our managed vessels. In addition to this, big group has taken these decisions as us and our customers see that COVID vaccinations are becoming the general practice in the industry, and it is also demanded by a number of airlines and port authorities, as well as transit countries while traveling either to the vessel or back home. The current status of the Anglo pool, as from the 15th of March, where we took the statistics, there are a total of 219 seafarers linked to this fleet that are fully vaccinated, which this gives almost 72% of the whole pool of fully vaccinated crew. Next slide, please, Karen. And here you can see the statistics for the vaccination for this pool specifically. And we hope that the numbers will grow within the next few months. So we end up with a pool of fully vaccinated crew. And we're also aiming to give our support as usual for boosters to be received while on board the vessels and where possible to the ports of calls the vessels are having. Next slide, please, Karen. I have finished the presentation. Thank you all very much for listening and for your attention.
Thank you, Elena, for that interesting session. And now I invite everyone to send in their questions or use the raise hand button, as we will have a 10-minute Q&A session. I don't see any questions coming in on the chat box, but we do encourage everyone to type in or ask questions. We have 3 interesting presentations from Alastair, Oleg, and Elena.
Karen, can I put a question then to the two masters that are on the call? I think Oleg did a very good presentation on safety and raised why are the safety statistics on tankers better than on bulk carriers? Could I have ask the masters on the call to comment on that? Why do they think that that is the case? Please, I mean, please speak up. This is your conference. Yep.
Just one remark, it's not only on Anglo international bulk carriers, it's the same picture for entire bulk carriers within our group. So it's common tendency.
Yep, no, I understand that, Oleg. I mean, good point. But the masters must have, I mean, do they think bulk carriers are more difficult to maintain? Have they got less crew? Is there less OPEX budget? Are the authorities more stringent? They certainly got longer sea passages. What do the captains think? They're the people on the ground.
Yep. I have seen Mr. Omar Buhawe unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my last vessel was Anglo-Saxon. And I think the maintenance of the vessel, mostly the problem was the supply for the vessel for the maintenance. We have requested some spare parts and paints for the vessel for a quite long time, but we have not received on time for the maintenance of the vessel. So we end up less maintenance of the vessel for quite a short time. But fortunately, when we conduct the external audit, we have managed to bring the vessel on a good situation with the inspector. I think problem was I think depends on the vessels voyage. Some ports are not available for that. We understand that some ports are not available for the spare parts, but when we call for Singapore from Australia, we have a lot of time to arrange the spares, but unfortunately, we did not receive what we are expecting to receive for the spare parts and paints. That's why we just do the maintenance for what we have. That's all, sir.
Captain Buhawe, thank you very much. That is a fantastic answer. And my response to you would be, please, I am not asking you to compromise safety because this office cannot supply you with the relevant spare parts. If you ever are in that position, your first course of action is to speak to the DPA. And if you don't get satisfaction from the DPA, please speak to me directly. You've got my mobile telephone number, my email, because that is not acceptable. I understand the technical spare parts can be prioritized, but if it's a matter of safety and you don't get it, that is what the DPA is for, and that is why I am here. So I thank you for getting the vessel through the inspections and the audits without the spare parts, but that is not the long-term answer. You know, we're looking for safety being paramount. If you don't get safety spares, don't just wait for them to come. Escalate it, please, Captain. And that is a message to all the captains out there. You're responsible for your ship. You're responsible for your people. If you're not being serviced, shout out. That's what we're here for. But a great answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for considering.
Just one remark from my side. So generally, tanker industry was more regulated than dry bulk industry. For instance, oil major inspections, CDI inspections, etc. What we are doing on tankers. But now the same practice coming to the dry bulk industry. You know this. And the safety moment which I was delivering, you remember that this rope was jumped out from the open fire lid. On tanker fleet, you cannot use open fire lids during STS operations. It's regulated. But it was dry bulk vessel doing STS operation, transshipment operation. And crew is maybe not aware, or they are not trained, or it's not written in our checklists because it's not regulated by the industry. And finally, we have fatal incident. So, but the tendency is that RightShip and other companies, they coming on the dry bulk market with their strict requirements. And soon we will face the same inspection regime like we have on tankers. But we should be ready in advance. So this is what I was trying to say.
Thank you, Oleg. We just have one comment from Josh Kyle. So it's very well presentation and very informative. It's good to see our shore officers and manager through this virtual meeting. Thank you, Kyle. And then we have one question from Mr. Benjamin Sison. I think this is for Oleg or Elena. Is booster shot vaccine compulsory to the company? Thanks.
Hi, Karen. Mr. Benjamin, the company does not require for the time being a booster shot. However, we have had several experiences in many ports of calls where local authorities were reviewing the vaccination status of our crew. And if, as per their local rules and regulations, they didn't consider the crew as fully vaccinated because of the time which had elapsed before their last shot, if we had a case on board, they were guaranteeing the whole vessel. So although the group will not insist for you to get a booster anytime soon, it will be appreciated if the crew will be getting the booster shots every time you have the opportunity at the port or prior your next embarkation. So in case we have any situation on board your vessel, while you're sailing either in Europe, the USA, or Australia, we do not have any detentions due to COVID cases or whatever. So I hope I have clarified, but you can ask anything else if it was not clear.
Yep, thank you, Elena. And we have one hand raised, Mr. Bienvenido. So you are now unmuted and you can go ahead with your question.
Good morning to you, sirs, over there. This is Shipmate Bienvenido Isnardo. I have a question, sir. This is regarding the onboard garbage that we have issues with this huge amount of garbage on board. So the vessel, sometimes the vessel will have to store the garbage on the forecastle areas or even in the void space of the forecastle in order to store the huge amount of garbage. So how would you address this problem?
Okay, thank you for your question. First of all, you know that your vessel, dry bulk vessels, you are running on long legs from port to port. Let's say it's sometimes it's 2-3 weeks voyages, 4 weeks voyages. So first of all, you're supposed to have sufficient storage capacity for such length of voyage. It's one of the matters. So maybe some modification required to some rearrangements required to provide sufficient storage capacity. Second problem we're facing often is that ports are not allowing to discharge the garbage. You have it ready for delivery ashore, but ports are not allowing. So in this case, please ask for office assistance. Sometimes we need to provide some pressure on agents and to find the ways how to deliver the garbage. It's not guaranteed that we will manage to do this because some ports are not cooperative, but anyway, we will try to do as much as possible. And all of you know that there are means how to, let's say, deal with garbage on board. First of all, it's good segregation. And I don't know, for instance, your particular vessel, is it provided with compactor?
No,
garbage compactor?
We don't have this garbage compactor on board, sir.
Okay, this is a problem. So if you're regularly facing this problem, and it's not a huge investment to supply to equip vessel with garbage compactor. If it's a regular problem on your vessel, in your trade, let's say, I don't know, if you're trading between China and Australia and both sides, you cannot deliver the garbage, this is the only solution. And generally, you know that analyze how much garbage accumulation, let's say, for instance, plastic you have on board. So can you minimize the use of plastic? Can we supply you, let's say, for this stainless bottles, the crew to be used instead of bottled plastic water? There are solutions. We can discuss it in details with your particular vessel.
Yes, we are already doing that once, are minimizing the use of single-use plastics. But there were some items, especially these garbage cans, which is really bulky. And we cannot store this one in the one compartment alone, provided by the ships. So the better solutions for that, sir, that you are this garbage compactor.
Okay. You're talking about any particular vessel or generally on Anglo international vessels? We don't have garbage compactors. Honestly speaking, I'm not pretty sure.
Yeah, I guess it's about all the Anglo fleet, sir, because I have experienced this 3 vessels in Anglo. None of these have this garbage compactor.
May I interfere here? Some have and some have not. Not all vessels are equipped with a compactor, but on some vessels we have compactors.
Okay, we will make research. I promise that we will make research. We will find solutions. So the place where the compactors can be installed on vessels where they are not provided, we will cooperate with the owners to include it in the, let's say, our upgrade plan of the vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg and Olaf. Thanks all for those who have provided their comments and questions. If you have any more questions, please key in on the chat box and we will pick it up on the open forum. And seeing on the time now, let's just have a 10-minute break, stretch break, so you guys can grab a cup of coffee or water. And we'll commence the session in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks, Rishi, and thank you for the very good questions. This is really what we want. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, welcome back everyone. And as we move on today's sessions, we are happy to introduce to you and have the Operations Director of Anglo International, Mr. Peter Patterson, to talk about commercial awareness and given us an update from their end. Welcome, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. As you know, my name is Peter Patterson. I'm the Operations Director at Anglo International Shipping, and I joined the company recently. But I thought that as we've not met before, I'd give you a quick run through of my background. I was at sea as a deck officer before coming ashore and working for ship managers similar to V-ships. I've also worked for a P&I club before working for a similar ship owner to Anglo, and then moving to Anglo about 4 months ago now. I think many of you have sailed with Anglo for some time, but for those who have not, Anglo was started about 5 years ago by Steve Davies, our CEO, along with two other investors, Darren Mopham and Tony Mallon. They're both professional investors, invest in many businesses, including Anglo. But the focus of the investment that they make in Anglo is bulk carriers in the Kamsarmax to Mini Cape range. So that's about 80,000 to about 120,000 ton range. The ships that you sail on today, basically. And the fleet was quickly built up to the 8 ships we have. I'm aware that many of you have worked through Southfield for a number of years and with Greig Ship Management, which is now part of V-Ships. But Steve and a number of my colleagues used to work at Greig Ship Management in the past before setting up Anglo and working here. But Anglo's philosophy is to work with third-party technical managers. We're not going to take on that element of the work ourselves. People like V-Ships in order to benefit from the economies of scale that they have for purchasing, crew management, and the depth of technical support that they have behind the people that we and you talk to day to day. As ship owners, we are actively involved in the operation of our ships and work very closely with V-Ships and through them to Southfield in the management of your ships. Probably the easiest way to explain the relationship that we have is that of a triangle, with each of us at a different point in the triangle, but each of us talking to both the other two parties, whether it be the people on board the ships or people at V-Ships, as we need to support you on board the ships, to run the ships as best you can. And we're very aware that we have a responsibility on our side to help you, support you, look after you. And part of that is ensuring that you get relieved on time. Obviously, with COVID, that has caused huge problems for everybody in all sorts of ways. But for our part, working with your charterers, we have deviated the ships on many occasions, losing quite a lot of time, but to ensure that you get relieved as best we can on time. Sometimes that's not been the case. We've not been able to do that. And we are very grateful to those who've had to put up with the delays on getting relieved and getting home to your families. But so for your part, we, with the support of us and V-Ships, we expect you to work hard on board, and we know that you do, to maintain your ships to the highest level possible. This includes not only the machinery on board, but also the fabric condition of the ship, the cosmetic condition, ensuring the decks and holds are properly maintained, properly painted. Probably the simplest way of looking at it is that at any point when you're on board or when you leave the ship, is to think of it that as I walk away from the ship to go home and I look over my shoulder, can I say to myself, I've done the best job I can, I'm proud of what I've done, and I would like to sail in this ship again? If your answer is yes, then you've done a good job. If there's any doubt, then maybe you need to step up a little bit more. So, obviously, the world that we are operating in is uncertain, and particularly at the moment, everybody be aware of the events going on in Ukraine. But even as things stand today, we feel that the market that your ships operate in is in good shape and will allow us to operate your ships profitably, and that your ships will be able to be operated at a high standard with spares and stores as needed. We charter your ships to first-class charterers who pay a good market rate and support us in supporting you on board. This allows us to avoid breakdowns and problems with PSC because everything's in good condition. On the commercial side, many of you, particularly the senior officers, will be aware of an organisation called RightShip, and I believe there'll be some discussion on that specifically. But RightShip is an organisation owned by 3 of the largest trading houses, Rio Tinto, Cargill, and BHP. This organisation provides vetting services to a number of charterers, shippers, and in some cases port authorities. And these people use the information from RightShip to base their decisions on whether to charter your ship or allow your ship into port. As part of this, RightShip requires information from the class societies, and this is current up-to-date information. So any problems that are on board, any conditions of class, are known to RightShip. They take information from a variety of other sources. They know what your port state control record is, etc. And as most of the senior officers here will know, if there's any questions from RightShip or any issues that have happened, there's root cause analysis and preventative action plans that we've put in place. And this is driven largely by RightShip. Probably a good example of how, to explain how RightShip works is that one of our ships had a catastrophic generator failure last year. Now, this came about because the engineer who was actually working on the generator at the time didn't follow the manufacturer's instructions on tightening some bolts, and which led to ultimately to the failure. Now, this gentleman is obviously highly embarrassed about what he has done, and I believe he's decided to look for work elsewhere. But that's a side issue. The point I'm making is that not only has this cost a lot of money in terms of having to rebuild the engine, but this failure has led to problems through RightShip with the trading of the ship. Because the Pilbara Ports Authority, which is the port authority that covers Port Hedland, where the ship regularly trades to, decided that they will only take ships that have 3 fully working generators. So the charterers have had to find alternative cargoes for the ship. So my point is that the work that you do on board has influences and ramifications outside of the ship and the narrow environment that you work in. You just need to be aware that that there's wider consequences sometimes to things that happen on board ships. RightShip also look at things like environmental issues, and they have a greenhouse gas rating for all ships, which we, along with V-Ships, are working with them to ensure that our ships are shown in the best possible way. But it's not only RightShip that are looking at environmental issues. We and V-Ships, I'm aware, are looking at things like avoiding getting trying to get as little garbage generated on board as possible. And I heard some discussion earlier about the fact that ships don't have compactors, and that's something I'm sure that V-Ships will come forward to us with, and we will look at sympathetically in order to try and reduce the amount of space that the garbage takes. But one of the key things that we should do, where possible, is avoid the garbage being generated in the first place. But on the environmental side more generally, many of you will be aware that IMO are looking at environmental issues as well. And there's a couple of schemes or sets of legislation, I should say, that are coming through called EEXI and CII. Others will talk in more depth about these, but just briefly to explain, the EEXI, Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, is a technical efficiency index. And for your ships, what this will mean is it will be a so-called EPL, engine power limitation, applied to your ships. This will be a physical adaptation to the engine that will mean routinely your engine will only be able to operate at a reduced power. The other is CII, which is Carbon Intensity Index. And this covers more operational matters, and it shows the ship's efficiency on a day-to-day basis. This is something that you can influence particularly in your operation of the ships. And particularly for the engineers, this is something that you need to ensure that your engines, whether it be the main engine or generator engines, are maintained to peak efficiency at all times to reduce the amount of fuel and the engine uses and the inefficiencies that can be caused by the engines not being perfectly tuned. Things like running more than one generator at any one time is something else that will influence the CII. And so clearly for the engineers, in particular chief engineers, you will need to look very closely at the electrical load on board the ship and where you can reduce it to ensure that you're only running one generator. This is something that has been discussed already in the background, and some of you, those on board, will be aware of discussions that are going on in this as questions are being asked, and you're building your own management plans on board. The CII is not just a static thing. The original values were calculated from the information for your ships trading in 2019. But that figure that was calculated has been reduced by 1% per year up until 2023, and by 2% per year from 2023 to 2026. It will continue to be reduced after that, but we don't have any figure for the annual reduction after that point. So increasingly your ships will have to be operated more efficiently. And this requires work on your part to ensure that the ships are operated at the best efficiency. It also requires help from the charterers to ensure that they order the ships at the right speed that will ensure that we comply with the CII requirements. So these are things that are in the background, but coming forward very quickly, that you will be expected to play your full part on with the support from those ashore. So in closing, I just want to, the message I want you to take away from today is that owners, us at Anglo, are here to support you on board in every way we can. But there is a heavy responsibility on each of you, both those in your current roles and particularly the more junior officers as you move up to become senior officers, to ensure that your ships are operated to the highest possible efficiency that you can. So that's my talk. Thank you very much. And I will pass back to the moderator.
Okay. Thank you, Peter, for the quick updates. And we appreciate having you join us on today's session.
Thank you.
Okay. And moving on, we have the Marine Superintendent, Olaf Jurgens, to talk about learning from incidents, risk assessment and management. Hi, Olaf, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are doing well and still awake and not start sleeping, I hope. Good, let me, can I have next slide, please? Okay, let me introduce myself to you. Some of you know me already, some are not. I working normally with Anglo, Alexandria, Jessica, Marie-Louise and the Saxon. And my colleague Marius has the other four Anglo ships, Heinrich Shore, Barintus and Troops. I forgot the other two. Anyway, I went to sea at 1982 as a deck boy and worked my whole way up to master with each rank included, a bosun, third, etc., etc. 2008, I decided to stop as master and went as training master on board all kinds of ships, containers, bulkers, tankers, each kind, and start training our crew on board. 2017, I finally decided to go ashore and worked as the HSQ and later as the HSQ and Marine Superintendent for ONE, for bulk carriers and again tankers. And since last year, 2021, I have the pleasure to work with the ship Cyprus as a Marine Superintendent responsible, as I say, for part of the Anglos and for some other clients. Next slide, please. Good. I like to point out some of the serious incidents which we have had in 2021. Maybe some of you heard of them already, discussed them on board during the safety meeting and did precautionary measures. Let me introduce you to one on the Jessica. We have had loss of propulsion and a soft grounding at Corpus Christi. The vessel heaved the anchor at 1400 on the 7th of June and started to proceed inbound to the port to receive the pilot on the pilot station. Pilot boarded the vessel as usual. And when everybody knows Corpus Christi, you need to approach B to turn around the bend in the river with around 10 knots, which was required by the pilot. So the pilot ordered the engine revolutions to full ahead. The engine response lagged, and the build-up of speed was observed to be very slow. Concerned with the slow increase of the speed, and the pilot got a little bit nervous as usual. He requested the master to cancel the engine limiter to increase the speed quickly. Good. The master canceled the engine limiter at specific time, and the vessel started to increase. The revolution increased to from 74 to 92 revs. Anyway, after about 6 minutes, low temperature, freshwater, high temperature alarm was activated at 16:05. Next slide, please. The increased thermal load on the engine due to rapid increase of revolution resulted in the main engine to shut down at 16:11. Due to the jacket cooling water high temperature. To avoid an outbound vessel, the pilot took the vessel to the edge of the channel where she was subsequently grounded on the bow. Yeah. When anybody knows the area, so long you're outside of the breakwaters, you see the position downstairs where the vessel grounding, there's still soft mud. And as I say, to avoid a collision with the outbound vessel, the pilot decided to put the vessel ground. Would the vessel already in the breakwater, that would be not happened, could be happen as there you have rocky stones on the side, etc., which could lead into much worse stuff. Anyway, as the vessel was aground, vessel did damage assessment, which means normally all ballast tank voids bridges were sounded and about found in satisfactory condition. Of course, the vessel used the vessel response plan, checklists and procedures, and notification were followed too. Main propulsion was restored half hour later. The vessel was refloated without any external assistance, so meaning no tug to be used, and moved out to anchorage escorted by tugs required as per Coast Guard instruction. Again, the vessel dropped an anchor at Corpus Christi anchorage and was checked for damages and any kind of breaches to the hull, physical inspection of tanks, and no damages or deformation were observed. Next slide, please. Good. Of course, this was a requested investigation as usual for any kind of incidents like this. It's company policy that we conduct the investigation. We identified the following, which lead actually to the grounding, was actually machinery failure. Yeah. Also the incident was not the grounding. Grounding was the result of a machinery failure. Yeah. As you can see, main part was partially blocked high seawater suction strain egg caused the cooling water starvation in the low temperature cooler. This led to high temperature of a main engine jacket cooling water, which caused the engine to shut down as a safety feature of the main engine. The second part was a slow response for increased revolution, highly likely to have been caused by the elevated fuel temperature. This prompted the master to cancel the revolutions limiter. Yeah. The other point was that the bridge team did not challenge pilot's order to increase the revolution by canceling the limiter during the maneuvering of the vessel. The other point which came up. The engine room team failed to take action to avoid the engine shutdown after the high temperature of jacket cooler was activated. They could have kept the freshwater generator on standby mode so that it could be used in emergency to reduce the jacket cooling water temperature. Yeah. The alarm log did not show main engine slowdown alarm. The system parameters were set for the shutdown limit below the slowdown. Yeah, that was a setting of the main engine for the alarm log. Yeah. And the low temperature single-lit alarm point was set below the jacket cooling water outlet temperature alarm. These were the findings during our investigation. The conclusion which we took out of this, the reason for the grounding was not attributed to the action of the bridge team or to the master pilot. Interaction could have been stronger. Yeah, the pilot has requested the Anglo Jessica to increase her bridge to navigate a bend in the channel by cancelling the limiter on the main engine head. Master questioned the possibility consequences of this and perhaps alternatives such as anchoring in the channel. The engine would have not blacked out. Ultimately, it's obviously that the engine room and staff paid more attention to the causes of alarms earlier that day, which were traced back to the lack of filter maintenance. The event may not have occurred at all. Yeah, I have to remind you, specific, doesn't matter who, company policy is to clean the filters before entering to any ports. Yeah, that is company policy and standard practice on our ships. So would this have been done, this incident could have been avoided. This grounding was the result of poor onboard management, which shortly focused on doing subsequent superintendent visit to the vessels. Yeah, that was quite some challenge, this incident. And as you know, the results were not only that the vessel was delayed, vessel were taken off fire before she lost the berth. So it was quite an extent of off fire. Coast Guard was involved, third parties were involved for inspection, class attendants required, etc., etc. Actually, when you look back, it only came for not cleaning a filter, and the results coming from this vessel running ground, which could be, would it be inside of the channel, would be much more worse, or other outbound vessel, and collision happened, environmental. Anyway, this could be a much worse outcome at all, only for not cleaning a single filter, So keep this in mind. A small event can lead to a catastrophic event. Good. Next one, please. Next slide. Good. Here you must scroll down a little bit that we can see the filters. And I think partly we can see it. Can you see the filter gentlemen? As you can see, they are totally blocked. That was the main purpose. I will not repeat anything before, while I mentioned this already. Good. Next slide, please. Good. Immediately, actions to be carried out was, as I mentioned, this already vessel that has operated with imported tropical waters or waters that are known to heavy dirt water such as river green, blah, 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 must have the seawater strainers that was in operation, high or low, open and clean before arrival at next port. Yeah, this is still valid. So it doesn't matter where you sail, gentlemen, please keep this in mind. To verify this, entrance must be made on the checklist, arrival checklist, entrance must be made in PMS. Anyway, here as a senior officer, really challenged to ensure it has been done. Yeah, that is very important. The records must be made in the logbooks, etc., etc. So please follow this, gentlemen, to avoid similar incidents at all. Yeah. Furthermore, all engineers must be fully familiar with the necessary changeover procedures from high to low and vice versa should there be any problems with the seawater sections. Yeah. And the review of the job safety analysis for opening, cleaning the main seawater section, ensuring that the procedures for checking filter isolation valves are fully operational and that no pressure remains in the filter prior to attempting to remove the filter coffin. Also again, toolbox meeting, risk assessment, GSR, to ensure anything is properly done. Yeah. Good. Next slide, please. The next incident I'd like to talk with you was on the Anglo Red. The emergency fire pump room was flooded with seawater. The bulk carrier was on Ocean Passage. Before the lunch break, the bilge alarm for the emergency fire pump room located in the forecastle was activated in the engine room alarm monitor system. The duty engineer went forward, inspected it, started the GS pump to drive a ductor to pump out the water from downstairs. And after the bilge alarms was gone, the duty engineer left the GS pump running to strip the bilges and went to lunch. After 2.5 hours, the 440-volt low insulation alarm was activated first time. After another 2 hours, the A2O found that the power supply breaker for the emergency pump is tripped and they rushed forward to inspect the emergency pump room and found it fully flooded. The incident was then reported to Chief Engineer and Master. The next 7 hours, the water was pumped out by means of portable pumps because, as you know, the bilge ductor would not work anymore due to hydraulic wave signal indication malfunction. Yeah. Next slide, please. Good. What went wrong? Of course, investigation was followed and it was a combination of factors which led to the flooding of the emergency fire pump. The duty engineer was feeling confident after bilge alarm gone from the alarm terminal. He failed to check the emergency fire pump room after lunch. Yeah, so he left it running but failed to inspect it again. The fire GS pump was run for a long period of time without control. The dewatering system remote with indication operation is possible from 2 locations, one from the cargo office and one from the engine control room. However, cargo office was unmanned and engine control monitor was out of order. This caused that nobody noticed indication that the remote wheels were left in open position. The adductor diffuser was found clogged with foreign objects, caused the bilge adductor to lose the vacuum, and allowed water increase in the emergency fire pump room. The overboard valve was found frozen with valve this size. The non-return check valve was found jammed with waste stress. The strainer for the pump bilge suction was found not in place, which allowed debris and wrecks to block the adductor and non-return valves. The bilge sensor alarm was found damaged and not reliable. The level alarm was not activated again when the compartment was flooded by running the GS pump. The hydraulic remote with indicator was not hermetic and therefore damaged by seawater. Next slide. Good. Here you can see very nice pictures. Yeah, you see the damaged bilge sensor, the waste racks in the non-return check valves, the size overboard valve, yeah, and the defective bilge valve indicator. Yeah. As you can see, the conditions are very poor, indicating that a long time no proper maintenance has been done. Next slide, please. Factors considered and ruled out as causes was the irregular inspection and testing of the fire pump, the constraints of the fire pump compartment preventing the good inspection, as you know, yeah, it's very narrow, etc. downstairs, and the inadequate construction of dewatering water increase alarm system. So lesson learned and action required, yeah. The industry incidents review proves that the potential consequence of forward compartment flooding could lead to loss of stability, vessel constructed damages, and even sinking of the vessel. Crew awareness and resilience shall be maintained to the regular high-low maritime risk management regulation, yeah, which what Oleg mentioned before, which is a very nice tool to use. The regular inspection of emergency fire pump shall also include the inspection of the compartment where it is installed on the matter of bilge cleaners, the apparent condition of bilge alarm sensors and remote valves, etc. Any bilge pumping out operation shall be reported to the bridge watch with indication of time when it started and finished and recorded. Yeah, keep in mind it's also MAPO requirements. Yeah. The safety bulletin should be displayed in public spaces, prominent location, and discussed during the next safety meeting. Lack of vigilance, inadequate planning, incomplete risk assessment, and inadequate preparedness in contingency situation may lead to accidents and pollution incidents. Also, as you can see, several factors again, which could be avoided very easily, lead to flooding of the emergency fire pump. So now you always have to think the worst could be happen. So what is now when your emergency fire pump is flooded? Now you get a blackout. It means you fire pumps will be not able to start. Now you have a fire in the accommodation. How you want to destroy this fire without any emergency fire pump working? Yeah. Think about this. Yeah. Good. These were the main incidents which we have had last years, which I choose to present to you to get you awareness how small items could lead to catastrophic events. Yeah. We are always splitting the incidents which are happened on our ships, not only on the Anglos, also with our other clients, to make the crew more aware what can be happened, what was overlooked, where we have some gaps, where we can improve. And as everybody said before, we need you to tell us how we can assist you, what is damage on board. And don't be afraid to report, doesn't matter who reports. As soon you know, you can act. In case you don't have the material, let us know. We can assist you. Doesn't matter what time it is, doesn't matter what is the fact, ask. Yeah, try not to hide anything. It will make no sense. It will come out on the end. It can lead to whatever incidents, accidents. But when you know, we know, then we can act as a team and fix it very quickly. Yeah. Next slide, please. Good. Any questions from your side? Don't be shy.
Yes, thank you, Ala, for sharing this incident. And any questions, just type in on the chat box and we'll pick it up on the question and answer sessions. Okay, so on our next presentation, we have Chris Milidonis, Fleet Procurement Officer, to talk about fleet procurement and the supply chain. Hi, Chris. Welcome.
Hello. Good day to all. It's a pleasure being on this call and participating in the seminar. I would like to share some information about myself. My name is Chris Milidonis. I'm the Fleet Procurement Officer for the Anglo fleet. I joined V-Ships as a procurement officer in 2020. And throughout my time, I have achieved great experience working with a variety of vessels. My role as a procurement officer in the Anglo fleet is to ensure that the vessels are supplied with all authorized stores, spares, and other products in a timely manner within budget and approved costs, consistent with company operating procedures, marine policies, and the most competitive costs, and of course to support the fleet superintendent throughout all fleet operations. Can we have the first slide, please? Okay, thank you. The discussion points we'll be discussing today will be introducing supply chain, following the requisition life cycle, recognizing effective planning and process exceptions, points to note when raising a requisition, understanding order receipt confirmation, quality control and feedback, explaining partial deliveries. Next slide, please. The supply chain. The supply chain process itself has a number of stakeholders, each playing an important part in ensuring the most effective and efficient supply chain. This is participating of course of the vessel, the fleet procurement officer, the technical superintendent, and our suppliers. The vessel has a responsibility to identify the need and request the appropriate spares or services in a timely and organized manner. Our suppliers also must meet their commitment to quote best price and supply agreed quality in the time frame agreed and resolve disputes or delivery issues quickly. Each stakeholder's actions must be consistent with company operating procedures, marine policies, and must always prioritize safety, quality, environmental awareness, and cost management throughout. Next slide, please. Here we have a chart with a requisition life cycle. The green-colored boxes refer to the vessel's responsibilities. So we'll start from requisition from raised. The officer in charge will raise a required requisition and will export the file accordingly. Here we may face 2 to 3 days replication time. So for any critical items, please approach the fleet cell, fleet procurement officer by email to take immediate action. Following, we have the next steps which involve all stakeholders. The requisition will be reviewed and converted to be sourced to the suppliers. We will follow then to obtain quotations from the suppliers. The fleet superintendent will perform a quotation analysis on the received offers. And then the authorization process will be, the purchase order will be processed. The order will be placed by the fleet procurement officer, and the fleet procurement officer will have the responsibility of arranging the delivery at the designated port or port of call where their vessel will be at that current position. After the vessel receives the purchase order, it's very important for the crew on board to check that the items received in the purchase order are as per the requisition. So we can follow up on to see if there's any discrepancies with the items received, and follow up accordingly with the supplier to ensure that all items will be received at next port of call, or to ensure that they will be received soon as possible. Next slide, please. The planning of the spares. The spares can be requested at any time as need requires. However, plan ahead and consider future maintenance schedule when raising your requisition to save on multiple deliveries. Requisition should be prepared as far in advance as possible, giving consideration to lead time and trading pattern. Where possible, combine spares or materials from one maker or source on a single requisition. Requisition should be created on the basis of a clearly defined need, which should be stated in the notes, for example, as part of the planned maintenance system. Always ensure safe minimum stock on board at all times. Separate requisition forms are required for each manufacturer and equipment type, structured by course, account code, budget code. Next slide, please. Planning the stores, lubricants, chemicals, paints, gases. Consumables should be ordered per quarter, every 3 months. And the planning must take into consideration vessel schedule, supply at key ports, which provides the most cost-effective stock up. Deck and engine general store acquisition should be made using impact catalog, which is available on each vessel. Separate acquisition forms are required for each category, structured by cost account, budget code. For the port activities, please communicate your port planning in advance to the fleet cell to allow as much time as possible for arrangements to be made. Please be aware of the ports where you'll be at anchor. Coordination of deliveries is extremely important to save on duplicating launch costs. Next slide, please. Exceptions to the rules. I would like to emphasize the important points stated on this slide. Priority will always be given to safety-related services or supplies or services which directly impact on commercial viability of the vessel, critical service of items generated by breakdown or emergency situation, requests for navigation or communication services, example, radar navigation equipment repairs, engine repairs, or technical assistance, urgent lubricant oil requirements. Provisions may be handled separately by a nominated specialist company, such as Oceanic Catering, and therefore this will fall outside of the standard procurement process. Next slide, please. Points to note when raising a requisition. Please note the average cost to the company for processing each vessel requisition is $125. Thus, low value orders must be avoided, apart from exceptional circumstances. The vessel can indicate the quality type or spares required when raising the requisition. This will be communicated to the suppliers during the quotation process. Delivery and port clearance costs for small orders are proportionally higher than for large orders. This has a major impact on the vessel's budget. Multiple source suppliers and single order imports at any one port significantly increases carbon emissions. Please be mindful to avoid ordering single-use plastics. Where practical, consider environmentally friendly alternatives. Manufacturers and key suppliers often offer additional discount on preferential pricing when advanced planning or longer lead times can be agreed. This can convert to 5 to 10% savings to OPEX in key categories. Next slide, please. Points to note when raising a requisition, continuation. Please review your requisition before you send it. Ask yourself, could I source this item with information provided? One of the main causes of delay or supply is incomplete or missing details. When details are not complete, the process slows, resulting in avoidable correspondence back and forth with vessel and supplier. added pressure to processing time, risks missing key port, preferential pricing opportunities, and it also increases the possibility of wrong supply with additional time and costs that may occur. Next slide, please. Here we have an example of a complete requisition. So we can see that the maker, the maker identification is complete, the type information is complete, the serial information is complete. For each description item, we can see a valid part number. So basically, this is what we would like to see in a complete requisition. Next slide, please. Additionally to the complete requisition, the vessel also can add additional information where they can attach relevant documents, or even, except from maker manual documents or drawings, which are the most important to be uploaded. They can also upload photos or mention in the notes sections any information that could be relative to this requisition and can enhance the process to source and obtain this, to obtain the spare part required or service. Especially for the services, the vessel can include the previous certificate or service report, full manufacturer details, and all of this information will enhance the processing of obtaining the required service or spare parts required. Next slide, please. So now we have an example of an incomplete requisition. So here we can clearly see that the maker, the type, serial information is missing here. So this actually will cause additional issues with the suppliers, and where we'll be requesting additional information for this requisition, and we will face a delay in supplying this order. So if possible, this should be avoided. Next slide, please. Confirmation of receiving the order. The responsible officer will check goods received against the delivery documentation to ensure that goods received match the delivery note and that quality of the goods received is acceptable. Goods and services should meet the following criteria: to be such of quality as to suit the purpose, and must meet the specified requirements of the purchase order or the repair or service order, and where appropriate must be supplied in accordance with the relevant international standard and accompanied by the correct certification. Prompt confirmation of receipt of orders enables us to monitor in case of non-delivered or poor quality POs items. We are able to pay our suppliers in time, and it keeps the procurement system clean, enabling us to focus on the most urgent and true pending orders. Next slide, please. Upon confirmation of receiving the order, the vessel can also provide feedback, which we can see has different categories of ratings and feedback. This is important for us because we are able to monitor and ensure that the company's quality and environmental standards are being complied with. And any complaints regarding quality of goods or service received should be flagged quickly to enable meaningful follow-up and to enable meaningful follow-up. This feedback is essential to ensure our suppliers and service suppliers meet their commitments. Next slide, please. Partial deliveries. You are able to mark partial delivery receipt on orders where line items or required certification is missing. Partial deliveries can happen for a variety of reasons. However, it's important that you record missing items so that they can be followed up accordingly, and to avoid payment in full if not received. Partial received orders can be caused where a back order or of missing parts has been agreed with the supplier. Quantities have been reduced prior to order. Unit of supply was changed during the process. Example, 12 pieces became one set of 10. Supplier has made an error and not dispatched the complete order. The supplier has not been able to supply all items, and a new requisition must be created. If you are in doubt, please raise the case with your fleet procurement officer who will review and inform you of the forward plan. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed our best practice as explained, and I hope it was informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, and I hope everyone find this presentation very useful. And coming up next, I'm glad to introduce to you the technical manager of Anglo International, Mr. Stuart Payne, to share about uh, the upcoming projects of Anglo International regarding VWTS and scrubber training.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I'm sure many of you will recognise my face. You would have either seen me in the offices or on the vessels. So nice to see you again, and thank you for attending for the meeting with us today. It's always good for the interaction, I think, because it gives the seafarers the opportunity to see face to face some of the people in the office, and obviously you can ask any questions then you feel, or please feel free to come back and email as well with anything you're not sure of. So it's always good to see the people you're often not talking to other than emails. So what I'll do, I'll break this into 4 separate subjects, because with the scrubbers really now and the ballast water treatment system, we're well into fitting these on the fleet. So we can discuss some of the issues we've had, some of the ongoing problems, and some of the other areas around servicing. Then I'll talk a little bit about the EXI, what it means to us, and the CII moving forward, for what it means to you guys on the ships and how it will affect you, so you understand it. Okay, so let's start with the ballast water treatment system. Most of the fleet, as you know, are fitted now with the ballast water treatment systems. We've got the Anglo Shore coming up for dry dock next month. I'll be attending with Panos and Rhiannon from the Cardiff office. So that's a special survey and installation of the Alfa Laval ballast water treatment system. The system on this vessel is a sister to the Marimar, so it's more or less a mirror image of what we've already done on the Marimar. The good thing is we know that we got some issues on the Marimar. We know the pluses and we know the negatives, and we also know that we had some design mistakes from our good friends in CTEC that we'll have to address when we fit the ballast system. All in all, with the systems, I would say you as the crew have done extremely well. I think you've picked up the systems extremely well, and you're working on the servicing items as well. So we're not really seeing too many problems with our system. They're settling. We have the issue again. That's because of the Alfa Laval, the fitment of the system and the interaction with the original ballast system. I mean, you could run the ballast pump previously, you can do what you want with it. Unfortunately, with the Alfa Laval system, if it runs too long without no suction, it'll shut the system down then on a low flow to protect the UV reactors. Now, we know you guys have got the grips on this because you've been able to, you've opened the sea chest, you've done like C to C, prime the pump up properly, and then these issues have tend to have gone away. So well done for that, guys. We've seen some real good results on this. We're really pleased with that. We will tend to get some different readings now and again from obviously the Alfa Laval system and the actual soundings on the vessel. We've done this recently on the Marimar. We'd finished the commissioning, if you like, for the system in Singapore, but we had some discrepancies between the flow in the system and the actual levels in the tanks. Again, with some slight configurations around this and checks and that, we've got the system now looks like running 100%. So that this is good news for us moving forward. We've brought Romeo, many of you guys know Romeo, especially the chief cooks, because Romy's always in talking to the cook. That's his favourite friend on board. So for the chief cooks, any on here, Romy, your friend, he's going to be working with us now closer than ever. Romy is acting as a sort of an electrical superintendent, if you like, and what our plan is for Romy, he'll move through the fleets during the year. The superintendents will decide on what vessel they would like Romy to attend. So he's attending the Anglo Shore first of all with us. And Romy will be sort of a specialist around the scrubber systems and the ballast water treatment systems as well. Romy's had good experience in fitting these systems, so he knows how they work, and he's also there to give assistance with the guys on board the ships, and of course additional training for the electricians as well. So please feel free to reach out to Romy at any time on this as well. As I say, he'll be the backup for this. We have engaged Alfa Laval into this as well. We thought it would be a good idea because we fully realise that the jobs for the engineers on board and the ops guys as well, we're loading you more and more. I mean, not only have we got scrubber systems fitted on these vessels, but now we've also got these ballast water treatment systems as well. So, I mean, they do take additional services, they take additional time. So we feel that we need to back this properly with you guys and give better assistance. So our plan with this, we're engaging with Alfa Laval, and the Cyprus management team will be signing the contracts for Alfa Laval attendance. What that will mean for you guys is Alfa Laval will attend the vessel. They will check the programming, They will check the systems. They will perform calibrations of sensors, flow meters, valves. They'll do basic service checks on our systems. Then they will do any repairs whilst on board, or if we need to order any more spare parts, they will do this at the same time. This puts us in a stronger position, really, because it just leaves us on board then the basic servicing and operation side of things. As I say, Alfa Laval are attending for system checks, any updates they need to do, any software updates, all this will be done by Alfa Laval. And of course, the good thing with Alfa Laval, guys, I always push the seafarers, when you get such technicians on board, please spend as much time around them as you can and bombard them with questions. That's a good time for you to really pick that up and gain a lot more experience on the systems as well, and some external knowledge that we didn't know. So all in all, the systems, we're pleased. We're seeing them settling well. As I say, performance issues, so far so good. So we've got the Cynosure to fit now coming up. Then we'll have the Anglo Red and the Anglo Berinthus. Once we've done those two vessels, that's us for the fleet. Then we're fully fitted. Again, they're all the same systems. They're all Alfa Laval systems. They're just different sizes depending on the flow of the pumps. Obviously, the Anglo Red and Berinthus would have the smaller systems, two systems again for that. Sorry, I tell a lie on that one. I made a mistake there. The Alfa Laval systems on the Red and Berinthus is actually one system. So where we've had the duplicate systems for the other fleet, because the pumps are smaller on the Red and Berinthus, we've just got one system. So that again helps us really with the servicing and maintenance. But again, this will be backed by Alfa Laval as well. Okay, so that's our ballast water treatment systems. I'll discuss a little bit about the scrubbers as well. Those guys who've been on board the scrubber fitted vessels, obviously it's only the Anglo Cynosure that we don't have fitted with the scrubber. As always, we're still contemplating if we do or we don't. If we do, obviously you guys will be the first to hear about it. Again, thanks from my side for the seafarers here. I think you've got a good handle and a good grip on their scrubbers now. Realistically, we are getting minimal reported issues now on the ballast water treatment system, on the scrubber systems. We're not getting the issues that we did. We know we had a lot of teething problems at first, which we've all found things out here ourselves. I didn't have any previous scrubber experience. I know some of you guys have from other fleets, but we've got on top of these. I would say our main core of problems around the scrubbers are still pipes. The overboard piping is still realistically our number one failure area. All I can say is for that, guys, is keep up the regular UTM gauging of the pipe work. I mean, that is your real guidance on this. If you use the UTM tool to find if you've got any thinning areas of pipe. And of course, when you see that, you can reach out to your superintendents and they can try to procure the spare pipes or whatever you need for the next port. I know it's often difficult. These things can fail at sea, which we've seen. Nobody can stop that. But the more you check these, and even in areas, if you've got a long period before loading, sometimes it's always prudent even to adjust the trim on the vessel, just the ballast. And to actually view the overboard sections of the spools, especially to ship side. These are the problem areas really. And if we get a problem when we're laden, of course, then we do have further issues where we've got to have cement boxes and bands and clamps. So keep the UTM gauges up, make sure you're accurate with them. Also for any vessel you attend, please check your spare parts. We call it the emergency spare parts list for the items you would need at sea if you did have a leak on a pipe. It's anything from cement to clamps to gasket materials. They're the things that you need, including welding electrodes and obviously making there's enough gas on board. So, and the welding equipment is working properly. These are your get out of jail cards, if you like. They'll help you at sea. It's also important when replacing these sections of pipe as well that we use the correct gaskets. For those guys who were involved in the fitment of the scrubbers and myself in Turkey, we know that we started having overboard pipe failures fairly shortly on departure of the vessels using the scrubber, and we've kind of all scratched our heads on this and wondered why the failures. Now, after looking closer into this, what we found was the gasket material. We found the gasket material between the overboard pipe flanges is the same type of gasket material as in a ballast system. Now, the gasket material is usually green coloured, this is the standard stuff. This gasket material is too hard. And when you clamp the flanges together, basically what happens is the force from the bolts splits the PE lining or the plastic, if you like. And what tends to happen, the PE lining starts to peel from the flange areas, and then the wash water gets underneath, and it's only a matter of time really before you will have a hole in the pipe. And the other issue we've got from that, once the water gets underneath the PE lining, the whole lot of it'll move. It's like a roll of carpet, and those guys have been on board when you've found the overboard valves are jammed, and we found a whole section of PE lining which has come from another pipe. So always ensure that when you remove a section of pipe and you fit it back, please use the softer rubber gasket. Each vessel should be supplied with enough of that. If not, you're on board, please order by the office more of this, because you won't get the splitting then of the PE linings. So it's stabilized, I would say, on the actual pipe failures. We've got the Anglo-Saxon at the moment with some issues, but it has stabilized. So again, you guys have really kept on top of this. The scrubbers themselves, we've had some issues on some of the vessels with the SEMS units, various things, nothing really too serious. And of course, we had the failure of the HMI panel. I think that was on the Anglo Red. There was nothing we could do on that, unfortunately. When the HMI panel fails, we're left with the only one thing is removing the panel and getting it repaired. At times like that, there's nothing else that we can do other than use compliant fuel. We can't do anything other than that. So, and we're looking again this year on the scrubbers, where managers at the moment are procuring a lot of the sensors, the water monitoring WM2 sensors. They're ordering now from the manufacturers in Germany, so very soon we'll be changing the sensors out, because we're at the time scale now for replacement of sensors. So, but thanks again, guys, for the scrubbers. I'd say the
Hi, I think we have lost
I'm
Stuart
back now,
on
I
the call.
think.
Hi, Stuart.
I'm
Yes,
back.
we've
Sorry
lost.
about that.
Yeah, we lost you for a moment.
I think it was like a scrubber failure on the panel. Then I lost everything. My HMI panel failed. Okay, moving on now. I'll talk a little bit around the EEXI and what this means to us. I know Peter spoke about that earlier, but what will it mean for us, or what will it mean for you guys on the vessels? A lot of you will have seen the new environmental legislation and regulations coming in, basically for the reduction, obviously, in CO2 and pollution from vessels. So how do we do this? Vessels are given anything sort of 2016, tier 2, tier 1. They're given this EEXI figure. This is worked out from the main engine and the generator engines and the emissions they produce on test on the shop trials. They look at this and they say, this is the figure. The figure doesn't really mean anything to us. It's a number figure that we have to work with, and basically what we have to do, we get the figure recorded from the ship, and then we get the figure that we have to have from the IMO, the legislation. So the only way we can do this is we can either reduce the power in the main engine, or we can start fitting other additional equipment to the vessels. Now, the easiest thing for us to do is the EPL, the engine power limitation. We've already got one of these on the Anglo-Saxon. If the guys remember who worked on the Saxon, we did do this. I think it was about 12% we fitted it. It was only because of right ship we needed to reduce the pollution for the right ship. So, but now we're talking a lot of levels. We have to basically fit an engine EPL to reduce the engine power. Obviously, we reduce the power, we reduce the speed. And unfortunately, our worst two ships are the Manamara and the Sino Shore, which are our best ships performance-wise for the fleet. But because of the size of the vessel and the size of the engines and the CO2 production, they're our worst vessels on paper. So with an EPL fitted, we're probably now talking around 11.4, 11.5 knots maximum speed on those vessels. The Red and Brinthus are obviously the lowest of the vessels and the EPLs, because they're the smallest engines as well, because the dead weight comes into this as well. So we're looking at EPLs on these vessels. When we go further into this, I think 2026 is the next review, then it will go further. They will want an even larger decrease in CO2 production. At that point then, we then have to start looking at items, for example, different paints on the hull, different fitments. We've got stator fins on some of the vessels, the Manamara and Sino Shore. We don't have them on the Red and Brinthus, for example. We might have to fit these energy saving devices on the other fleet. So past that, high efficiency propellers, we've then not only got to work with EPL, but we've got to fit all these additional items as well. So there's a lot involved here with this, guys, but for the time being, it will be EPL. This will work from next year. What we will do, every annual survey next year, or if there's a dry dock next year, at the first annual, that's when we have to fit the EPL. So we'll put the EPL on the vessels, MAM will attend. Basically, it's a bolt on the fuel rack. This is so primitive to stop the fuel rack movement. They will come out, we'll test the engine, and that's it. The other really important thing to do with this as well is this CII, which I'll talk about now. The CII is kind of involved in the EEXI, but the CII is measured basically from nautical miles of the vessel versus fuel used. So, for example, they work it out over the period of a year, and they say the vessel covered, I don't know, 26,000 nautical miles, and she burnt 1,000 tons of fuel during that period. Then they give the CII figure for the vessel. The CII figure basically goes A, B, C, D, E. Now, we need to be in the C brackets. So if we've had a vessel that was an E, we have to improve it to make it an E. Now, you're probably thinking, how the hell do we improve? How can we do that when you're talking steamed miles versus fuel? This is where the charterers come in as well, guys. It's quite a complicated affair with this CII, because what we don't want for the vessel, for example, you might be loading Port Hedland for China. If the vessel arrives to Port Hedland and the vessel is sat at anchor for a period of 2 to 3 weeks, that has a massive effect on the CII, because what's happening, the vessel's burning fuel, even a minimal amount with a generator engine, but she's not actually steaming. And this really reduces the CII rate. So charterers are under a lot of pressure and stresses over this now, to make sure that the vessels don't have these long periods at anchor. We can't do that. So how we can work that, no one really knows at the moment, but it might be a case they slow the vessel down before port. You know, speed doesn't really affect us. It's not to do with speed. It's only basic miles steamed, if you like, versus fuel burned. So again, with an EPL fitted alone, that significantly, it aids us and helps us for the CII figures. So, but then this moves forward. So 2023 will be the first year, if you like, of where the CII data is measured every month. And what charters will do, they'll be monitoring this every month. And if the vessel after 2 months is sliding below a C, the charters will then have to be responsible to make sure that they trade the vessel or operate the vessel in a certain way to get this figure back up again. There's no real sentence I can explain CII other than it's just a case of how much fuel is used throughout the year versus the mileage. So again, the charters are very, very active in this, and of course have to play a part in this, because if they don't charter the vessel properly, even with an EPL fitted on the vessel and other energy saving devices, we can still get into a negative figure. And what will happen is you will find, like RightShip, for example, will get involved in this more. Some of the terminals will say, we're only going to allow a vessel to load and discharge here if it's within a certain rating. So it kind of all plays in, and that's where we have to play as well. We have to ensure, as myself and you guys as seafarers, we really have to be on top of these main engines. We have to make sure the performance of the main engine is as it should be. We've got no hull fouling, propeller fouling, even the generators, vessels with generators where we're running 2, we need to get back to 1. These things all affect the CII rating of the vessel. So I know you do the monthly performance recordings, and we use the Casper as well. This is quite a good tool, and it helps me work with the managers. So if we do see a slight problem with hull fouling, for example, we can pick this up, then we can deal with this very quickly with a scrub before it starts affecting us with our CII rating. So, but for the guys, any guys on here that's going to the Cyprus shore, look forward to seeing you guys soon. So I can see some regular faces on here already. I can see Captain Patrick there. So nice to see you guys. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you haven't all fallen asleep. And I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart, for giving us the updates with regards to the Anglo fleet vessels. And now let us take this opportunity to ask questions to our speakers. We still have Peter, Olaf, and Chris and Stuart to answer all your questions. So, sirs, you can type in your questions on the chat box or raise your hands and we will unmute you. Any questions or comments? Okay, I have not seen any questions coming in. Okay, there's a lot of silence in here. Come on, guys. You can just unmute yourself and ask any questions. We have our Anglo International representatives on the call. This is your opportunity to ask questions. Okay, so we have one from the chat box from Mr. Jonathan Salazar. So his question is, what action to be taken when receiving wrong item on the spare parts? I think this is for Chris.
Yes, here. That's a great question, actually. Depending on the once the vessel has validated that the actual spare is wrong, there are two scenarios that we can go through. Now, if this is an order that is of low value, that was basically a low value, and the logistics cost to send this back to the supplier will not be beneficial, then we can close the matter of the vessel just keeping this order on board, and we will request for the vessel to raise a new requisition and supply at the next immediate port. If this now is an order that is of high value, then of course we'll be going through the procedures where where the order will have to be off-landed at the next port. This will be sent back to the supplier, a credit note will be received, and we will go through the channels of receiving the correct part. If it's maybe through the same supplier, if there was some reason why the wrong part was delivered, or we'll go through a different supplier altogether and basically just close off the case with the previous supplier with a credit note and supply the correct part as soon as possible to the vessel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and I hope that answers your question, Jonathan. But if you do have a follow-up questions, you can unmute yourself and add comments. Okay, so if we don't have any questions, I see Mr. Patok typing in. Hi, sir. If you have any
Yes,
questions.
sir. Yes, ma'am. I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question. This is regarding our internet signal in our vessel. Most of the time is the internet signal is very weak. Can we improve the internet signal, sir?
Okay, let me take this. Good. May I know what kind of system you have on board?
We have broadband Marlinks, sir, Marlinks.
FBB and no VSAT?
Yes, sir, VSAT.
VSAT, okay, good. Yeah, we are already discussing this with our technical department, and we're looking for suitable rates which we can ensure that you are not so much overpaid. It is already in discussion, and we will come back very shortly to you. It's on my paper, and I will discuss this with Stuart shortly. We try, as you know, every time we're increasing the rate, there's always money involved. Would be nice, would we get it for free? It's never happened. They're all charging us quite a lot. Anyway, we try to find the best deal for you, and of course, improving then the internet rate so that you can much easier stay in contact with your families.
Yes, sir.
We will come back on this subject, don't be worried.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jaime, and all of. Okay, and if there are no other questions, I think we can proceed to have our lunches or dinner here in Manila. But should there be anything else, please feel free to leave it on the chat box, and we will take it on the final Q&A. Okay, thank you, everyone. See you. And welcome back, everyone, and hope all are charged up as we still have far more interesting sessions. Okay, so may I call on again Olaf to talk about betting for bulkers with focus on right ship on dry vessels.
Okay, hi again, everybody. Everybody still there? I hope yes. Could I have next slide, please? Good. As you heard on previous presentation, like Mr. Pedersen, Mr. Ivet, and Oleg mentioned this already, this will be a focus and actually a small refresher. Who is the right ship? Some of you know, some of you don't know. Specific, our junior officers maybe never heard about this. Anyway, let me refresh your memory how right ship works. Additional to this, what Mr. Pedersen said already. Between 1988 and 1991, nearly 100 seafarers were lost on large bulk carriers, mostly off the coast of West Australia. These tragic events were the result of avoidable industry practices. To ensure ships of shame reports shone a spotlight on an urgent need to improve industry standards. RightShip was formed in Melbourne in 2001 with BHP Fried and Rio Tinto, as mentioned before, committing to deliver an industry standard that all maritime workers could commit to. Yeah. The program was rolled across all BHP, Billiton, and Rio Tinto assets globally, at which point it was essential to open a US-based office. In 2006, Garkill joined as an equal partner shareholder, and by 2007, UK and European offices had been established. As RightShip has evolved, it has added a key sustainable focus. The team developed the greenhouse gas emission rating, GHG rating, to measure the carbon dioxide output of the vessel. RightShip also developed a class-leading RightShip digitally platform in 2021. It is an innovation that has been widely praised and adapted. RightShip is held by CEO Steen Brodsgaard Lund, who brings more than 30 years of maritime experience to this role. He is supporting by more than 110 staff worldwide, and is particularly focused on digitally innovation that can in turn deliver improvements in safety, sustainability, and human rights. Next slide, please. Good. As mentioned before, RightShip works with two figures. First, with the safety score and with the GHG rating. So what means safety scores? The RightShip safety score is a new way to benchmark safety. Yeah. Our safety score has been designed to put the operator in control of their results, focusing on a vessel's operational performance. It incorporates various maritime data sets and expert reviews into one easy-to-understand score, benchmarking each vessel against the world fleet for the full view on global maritime safety. The output is the score out of 5, where a vessel which has achieved a 5 out of 5 score indicates best practice attention to the safety. So that means when we are able to reach on all our Anglo ships a safety score of 5, the charterer will be very happy and will take our vessels without any question. Yeah, this you have to understand. We have a safety score of 5, no question asked. When our ships in the moment staying with 3 to 4, they always ask some question, asking for a reply from the office, how we have dealt with PSC observations, things like this. Yeah. When we are below a safety score of 3, it is nearly impossible to find for the vessel a proper charter. Yeah, this you have to keep in mind. Yeah, we must at least have a safety score of 3 to get a proper charter for the ships. So that means below 3, there will be a lot of work involved to find for the vessel a proper charter, meaning us to keep the vessel running, keep us paid, and keep you paid. Designed to be explainable and transparent, this safety score is made up of 6 sub-scores. Safety score rules and paths to resolution are clearly displayed in the platform. So when you want, you always can check on the RightShip website how these platforms are built up, what makes actually has influences in there. So that means port state control observation, flag state observation, third-party inspections, actually RightShip vetting inspection, etc., etc. Yeah. Members can also benchmark each vessel against peers for the complete view of global maritime safety. To enhance reporting, we aim to lift safety standards, highlight best practice process. So what we have started on Anglo is very simple. As soon as the vessel has had a port state control, of course, perfectly with 0 observations, which always makes our life much easier. Then we don't have to write a root cause analysis, or you have not to write a root cause analysis. And then we forwarding this immediately to RightShip, which gets then into the database and will reflect, depending on how much the observations are. Again, I have to say 0 is optimal, gentlemen, keep this always in mind. Will then, depending if the rating will drop or will increase. Yeah, like example, RightShip, when you have in the last year so and so much PSC and all with 0 observation, the vessel will go very quick to 5. Yeah, and that's our target, where we need your help and we have to work as a team to get there. Good. Next slide, please. The next one is the GHG rating. What means it? The shipping industry is changing rapidly, as you know. Yeah, increasingly we are seeing new technology that can be used to reduce emission. Stuart pointed this out. Mr. Pedersen pointed it out, etc., etc. Yeah, like example, battery-powered ships and alternative fuels are impacting the way we do business and reducing emission in the process. Those resisting to evolution risk and impact to their bottom line. The GHG rating compares a ship theoretical CO2 emission relative to the peer vessels of a similar size and type using an easy to interpret A to G scale. Yeah, where A is the best and G, well, God, Stuart pointed it out. That's not so good and will possible not allow the vessel, as you say, to enter any port in case they have such a restriction there. Yeah. An energy efficiency vessel has a lower fuel cost and better chartering potential, which may lead to higher initial asset value and a longer period of economic depreciation. Next slide, please. Good. Now, in the moment, we are not doing much RightShip inspections on the Anglos. Anyway, that is not the point. The point is here, you will find the latest version 2021 available on board. It includes 16 chapters, and normally inspection takes on board up to 14 hours. As you can see, and I will not repeat this, anything is covered. When anybody of you sailed on a tanker before, he will guarantee got involved with the SIRE program, which actually RightShip took. Copy it, made some amendments, and using it now as a common practice on board bulk carriers. Next slide, please. Good. So now I took out 3 examples. How many of you actually have had a right ship inspection already? Who is familiar with this? Captain Omar, do you have any experience with this?
No, sir, I did not have experience with right ship inspection yet.
Okay, anybody of you? Let me know, please. Mr. Esnado, any experience with right ship?
That was long time ago, sir. Maybe 5 years ago.
But at least you have had it, so you know how it works out. Very good.
Yes,
Jamie, any experience with right ship?
I don't have any experience yet with the right ship, sir.
Okay, good. Now good. That means we will have to support you in a proper way to deal with this. I took out 3 examples now. Downstairs, you will read from where the inspector can take the observation. As you can see, this is for each 16 chapters, you will have a part like this. First, you will have the general question. Has the vessel been provided with certificates of financial security for seafarers? So now you have to choose yes, no, not available, whatsoever. The most mistake what people's doing now when they use the inspection checklist to prepare the vessel for a right ship inspection is they only take, let's say, yes. And there is already the part where the vessel will fail. Why? It's very simple. The inspector takes out the observation from the guide to inspections. So as you will see, from 18 January 2017, all ships which are subject to MLC have been required to carry and display on board 2 certificates confirming that financial security is in place for. So that means in this sentence, you will find that you have to carry 2 certificates and that they must display it for financial security of seafarers. So in case you have not displayed that, there will be the first observation. Then it continues. Ship owners' liabilities for repatriation of crew, essential needs such as food, accommodation, medical care, up to 4 months, outstanding contractual which determines in the event of abandonment. This must be written in your contract of employment, which is MLC requirements, which should be in. It is for sure in our V-ships DMLC parts. So when the inspector, when you are not able to show this to the inspector, there will be the next deficiency which you can possibly get issued. And the next one, contractual payments for debt or long-term disability due to a commercial injury, illness, other blah, 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 blah. Agreement must be employment agreement. There's the same, there's the next one. So when you prepare now for this question, you have to check that you carry these 2 certificates, that they are displayed, and that your contract of employment has A and B included. So actually, when you do it only a quick tick, you fail. Yeah, that is easy. Yes, I have. Yeah, but have you checked it? So actually, you have to check 3 things. And when you have done it, that is why they put the guide for inspection in, anything is fine. Then you can click yes, not before. Next slide, please. Good. Other example. Does the air handling unit maintain a comfortable temperature, and is there recorded evidence of regular maintenance and cleaning of a AHU available? When you do it again, like I said before, yes, I feel comfortable. Then again, you will fail. Why? As I said, the inspector takes out the observation from the guide. So what we have to do, the components of the air conditioning system must be kept in good condition, first one. So he will inspect your air conditioning unit and check if anything looks good and is well maintained. There he could take out in case something looks rusty, is leaking, or there would be observation. Then you must tell him a procedure for cleaning and disinfection of the air conditioning system must be provided. Next one. So you have to show him where you have the procedures, normally PMS, for cleaning and disinfection. Yeah, that's an important thing. Cleaning is maybe available, but how you disinfect your units, that you need to show them. So that means we have already 3 possible observations. The cavitation inlets for extended air should be protected from possible sources of pollution by providing them with filters. So we have to check the filters. They are in good condition. They are there, or they already missing. So number 4, humans generally feel comfortable between temperature between 22 and 27. And a relative humidity of 40 to 60%. So when you have the audit that comes on board and you have on board now 35 degrees in the accommodation, it will give you the next observation while the AC maybe is not working. You see, also only out of the guide from the inspection, we could have 5 observations when not properly checked. Yeah. Next example, please. Engine exhaust and other hot surfaces effectively shield against oil spray and are flanges and connection of flammable liquid pipelines adequately protected with guards and spray tape. Well, that's again very easy to answer. Let's say, well, I remember it was done. Yeah, put a yes, boing, mistake. Yeah, again, down guide to inspection. Spray from the engine room equipment can be relative high pressure and can spray many meters from the source of the leak. Almost invariably, there is a hot exhaust or some other hot surface nearby. Typical, these can be at a temperature greater than the auto ignition temperature of the sprayed liquid, resulting in a fire. That is from the Swedish club, the PMI club. Surfaces with temperature above 200 km, which maybe have been pinged as a result of a fuel system, shall be properly insulated. So we have to check all the surfaces with temperature above 220 degrees, that they have been properly insulated. Precautions shall be taken to prevent any oil that may escape under pressure from any pump, filter, or heater from I got automatically to unmute. Sorry for this. What you missed? Okay. I hope you, I don't know when you lost me. I think you got my point, what I wanted to say. So that means you have, when installing the spray tape on flange, its height should cover the entire surface of the flange and a minimum of 100 millimeter on both sides of the pipe joints. So when you have serious inspector, they take a tape and start measuring if you have properly isolated. Boing, next observation. Yeah. So as you can see from these simple examples, it took quite an amount of inspection what you have to do to comply with the first question. And only when you fully comply with the guide to inspection, then the question you can put a yes on. Only then. So that means anybody from top to down, from down to up, has to ensure that he is well trained in how to use the RightShip questionnaire. And then you can use this questionnaire for everything, even if you don't have RightShip inspection on board. You want to prepare your vessel for port state control inspection, use it. It covers everything. Yeah, we're using MAR 11. We are sending you class port state control inspections on board. Yeah, good, but you're using this one. I can guarantee 100% the port state control officer will not find any issue on your vessel. Yeah, and your vessel is a very safe and well-maintained ship. That is our target, what we'd like to achieve on all of our ships. Yeah. So please use it. When you use it the first time, remember what Captain Olaf said to you. Use the guide to inspection. Follow each sentence, read it carefully, check what they're asking for, ensure it's there, and nothing will be happened. And then finally, when anything is satisfied, you can click yes. Yeah. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm true. Okay, good. Any question from your side? Don't be shy. Start shooting now.
Yep. Thank you, Olaf. We'll take the questions on the Q&A sessions, but if you guys have questions, just type in on the chat box. So moving on, may I call on Harris, Fleet Manager for Bishop Cyprus, to discuss about defect awareness and vessel equipment failure. Hi, Harris. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Everything is okay? Yeah.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice to see you all outside of the ships. This is a brief presentation of myself. I've been in this business for well over 20 years now. And I've worked for many companies and many types of ships, but I think this is not the most important part, what we need to talk about here. Can we go to next slide, please? I've selected to discuss to you. I know Olaf before talked to you about some failures that we had in the fleet, and my purpose here is not to give you technical details or too much information that you cannot digest. So I'm going to fly through this now. This is I wanted to present to you one of the very, very dangerous ordeals that we had on the Anglo Red. Please bear in mind that this is not personal. The fact that I'm mentioning the name of the ship doesn't mean anything about the crew themselves. It means that I want to talk about something that went wrong on the particular ship, and it could have been your ship. All ships had their problems, and they will in the future. So this is not personal. So let me fly through this. What happened? Can I have next slide, please? Oh, next. Yeah. So this is what happened. The chief engineer wanted to measure his ROBs, and he found some differences. He found out that the trim of the vessel has changed, and then everybody started looking why. And they found out that there were about 1,200 tons in cargo hold number of seawater in cargo hold number 6, more than 5 meters high. So this is not something that you see every day, is it? So why this happened? Well, apparently there were 2 non-return valves that were not closed properly, there was also an intermediate, 2 intermediate valves that were not closed at all. So this is a combined issue of technical problems in some non-return valves with operation of some intermediate valves. So why this happened? Why did we get to 1,200 tons? Well, there were repeated alarms that were pretty much ignored by the deck crew, or they were muted, or they were ignored. They were not judged as important. And of course, gravity does not forgive. So we got all this water in the cargo hold number 6. Now, thankfully, the cargo was not spoiled because it was not susceptible to water spoiling. So we were lucky on this one, but it could have been much, much worse. And as you know, many ships get in trouble in hard weather because of water in cargo holds. And this is one of the basic problems we have in bulk carriers, safety. Anyway, the way the crew handled this, next slide, please. They started pumping out using their own means, their inductor. Next slide, please. And they pumped out using their inductor and portable pumps. And well, you understand that there are many lessons learned from this case. We found out that the cargo hold, the non-return valves were not properly maintained. They were not included in the PMS system as maintenance, and we are not sure if they were checked and overhauled during dry dock. So we also learned that the strum boxes were some missing on the cargo hold bilges. The bilge alarms were operated but were not properly monitored by the engine crew. It's the flow meter, the system that controls all the levels on board the ship, has only one repeater on the ballast control room, and which is in the engine room, and nobody was in front of the control at the time. So there were a number of problems here that led to something very dangerous. Can I have next slide, please? So this is just a timeline. I'm not going to go through all the details, but this shows that we had alarms from the 11th until the 13th, and they were not properly acknowledged or taken into account by anyone on board. Next slide, please. So this is part of the findings that we found. We found 20 things. We followed a very intensive investigation process for this, because this is very, very crucial especially for bulk carriers. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but I am going to point out some. There was some defects like this flow management system that was out of order, and it was not properly reported, gentlemen. It was not in the defect manager, and the crew and the office didn't know about it. Nobody paid attention because nobody was using it, because it was there broken from before. So we reached to that. We also had the engine control room monitor that was not operational. There was office was not properly informed about this. That means that besides the findings of the particular case, there are issues between of communication and of cooperation between office and ship. And I heard some comments before. We will come to this later about this communication, but this is a good example that will show how we can improve. So next slide, please. So these are the immediate actions that were taken during the incident. Check the defective valves and replace the defective valves at a later time. Check the flow meter. See our our POs, but all a little bit too late, gentlemen, after the incident. Let's next slide, please. These are the corrective actions that came out of the investigation. And again, there is no time to go through them one by one. And I would be glad to share this investigation with all of them, with all of you. And actually, Marios, the Marine Superintendent of the ship, has already sent this to all the ships on board as information and as guidance. But it would be nice for all of you to go through this investigation report when you have time. Next slide, please. So human factors was, of course, as always, the main cause of this, combined with the technical factors. Next slide, please. And here I will give you just a picture of what went wrong. And this was our last line of defense. This check valve here, you can see that the spring that it has here was broken and it remained open. And combined with the fact that the crew left open the communication valve between the bilge system and the bilge pump, allowed water to come inside the cargo hold. Very dangerous. Next slide, please. Let me have next slide, please. So that was what happened on Anglo Red. Please understand there is not too much time to go into details. So I'm going to give you 2 more cases of things that happened that from something very small, they became something very big and dangerous. Now, we go on the Marie-Louise. Thank you very much. What happened here is that we had a problem with the emergency diesel generator circuit breaker. Now, why am I mentioning this? We noticed that the emergency generator circuit breaker would not properly connect. Now, why this is important? This is the report, the service report for that. Some of you might be well aware of this case, but the reason I bring this up is that to stress that this little device is it's single on board the ship. There is no backup for it. And if this device fails, in case of emergency, you have no power. You cannot start a dead ship. And that is the reason that was very crucial, and it created a lot of problems for the ship because this thing failed in a port that we could not replace it easily. Next slide, please. So that happened in Australia, and the crew tried, of course, the best to repair it, to see what's wrong with it. These are many pictures of the circuit breaker and what we did to change this breaker. Now, to this small failure, that it was more of a jamming, not a complete failure, because it would connect, but it would connect sometimes manually, and it wouldn't keep for a long time. I'm not going to go into technical details. The fact is that this little device failed. We could not replace it, and the terrible commercial implications to all of us and to the owners first of all. So why am I mentioning, next slides, please. Why am I mentioning this? Well, when you test this device every Saturday, there is a very good reason, and I'm not going to go into safety, that Oleg and Olaf stressed, which is, of course, the foremost and utmost concern of all of us. I'm just trying to say that small details like that, a small circuit breaker that will not always connect as it should can create big issues apart from safety. So there is a reason for everything we do on board. And like I said before, like a small check valve that was not in the PMS might have caused serious safety issues for the whole ship. The same goes here. Just a small detail of how many seconds the emergency diesel generator will remain connected or will connect, or how many times out of 10 it will connect normally. These are things that you have to notice. And unfortunately or fortunately, our profession has to do with details. Details, it's, you know, there is a very good proverb saying that the devil is in the details. Next slide, please. So we had another very big failure that Mr. Patterson mentioned before that created a very bad, and still is an ongoing case, and that is the failure of the diesel generator of Anglo Alexandria. Now, this was a failure that occurred in the middle of the sea, and the crew did the overhaul of the engines, and all of a sudden they heard, next slide, please. So this is what happened. The crew was, you know, performed the overhaul, and they were going about their business, and then all of a sudden they heard a very loud noise. The mist mist system was activated. There was smoke in the engine room, and they didn't know what happened. Let's go to next slides, please. Thank you. So why all this happened? We found out that the number 1 engine completely failed. And it was beyond repair, of course. So the vessel continued its voyage to next port with the other 2 engines. And there was a complete investigation that took place here by makers, by our group, and by our office. Next slides. Can I get the previous one, please? Thank you. It seems that, of course, there was nobody injured, and there was not big loss of process to the ship, besides, of course, the taking out of operation of one of its engines, which thankfully didn't compromise significantly the vessel's safety. But it created a huge loss to the owners and to all on board, of course. Can I have next slides? Next slide. Okay. So what did the investigation find? That the connecting rod bolts were not properly tightened, and the bolts of number 2 cylinder just failed. And they failed while the engine was in operation, and the connecting rod detached, and you can all imagine what happened. Why did they fail? Because the crew did not follow every detail specified by the makers. They did only part of the tightening procedure, and that was obviously not enough to keep the engine properly operating. So why this failure happened? Let's have next slide, please. Good. Why did this happen? Well, next slide. So this is the incorrect tightening. and we did the investigation. Let's not stay in the direct cause that, of course, the crew didn't follow procedure. Let's go into the detail again. And we see here that chief engineer and, of course, his officers did not follow procedures as they should. They did not do a proper toolbox meeting. They did not properly prepare and read the instructions. Chief engineer did not properly instruct his crew. The crew did not consult chief engineer. There was lack of supervision. There was inadequate communication between the officers themselves and, of course, with the office. And all this resulted in a very, very big and dangerous failure. Next slide, please. These are the preventive and corrective actions. We took a number of actions, which are not the purpose of this presentation to go into detail. Next slide. And next slide. Next slide. These are just parts. Yes, this the investigation of the makers. Next slide. Next. Okay. So I don't want to go. The purpose of this presentation is not to go into details. Is to show you that in our everyday life and everyday operation as seafarers and for us as the officers in the office, things will happen, and the only way we can reduce them is by communicating properly and looking at details. The pressure sometimes is too much on all of us. There is too much to do. And there is too much expected of us, and we know that we expect too much from you on board. And I hear the complaints from everybody. You know, there is too much paperwork, there is too many communications, too many emails, and we will hear this, and we hear this a lot. But this is how our industry is progressing and evolving, and we all need to learn to live with that. But what we cannot do is have failures and compromise your safety and the safety of the ships and the environment. And no matter what pressure we are under, we need to raise flags, and we need to raise our hands, and we need to communicate. I heard comments. Captain Omar, thank you for your comments about the spare parts before. I really appreciate them. And I've talked with many of you before, and we have been now established this communication pattern, the monthly communication pattern with all your officers on board. And we are there to hear your problems and to hear your concerns. This is not only about being nice or playing nicely all together. This is about safety. This is about commercial implications, and every single detail matters. So we are all here. We do our mistakes also. We can see you are doing also your mistakes. And we need to back up each other, to support each other, and to move forward. Okay, as time goes by, we get to know each other better, and we improve our communications. I can see that, and I can see we have improved the way this fleet operates quite a bit. And that has happened because of your commitment and your dedication. And from our side, we will continue doing that. Please bear with us. Yes, we're doing mistakes. I've told you all many times before, we are always here. Reminders are not offensive, they are good. They help everybody. And we send you reminders, you send us reminder, and we will move this together. Owners are always here and they are always supportive. So there is nothing missing here. We can do this beautifully, and we need you to believe in this. And if you believe that there is something being missed from your side, from our side, from owner side, let's talk about it. Okay, our phones are 24/7 on. Don't think twice. I don't want to take any more of your time. I hope nobody's sleeping. Any questions or anything further you would like to discuss? We are always here now or even after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry, for the presentation. And indeed, safety and communications are very important.
Yes.
Okay, so if there would be any more questions, just type it in and then we'll pick it up during the Q&A. So moving on, may I call on Konstantinos Marketos, our Operations Director for Bishop Cyprus, for fleet operations update.
Good afternoon, Karen. Good afternoon to all. Let me speak. This is an update for operations technical matters. So I'd like firstly with some short bio about myself. I've got a lot of experience I'm having an engineering background. I served only 3 years as a seafarer to get a third engineer license, and then I went ashore to become a superintendent, and then to move gradually to all positions, technical operations, new building division, and marine also division. Very proud to become one of the first DPA in the shipping industry. And speaking about bulkers and Anglo International, in my 2 previous tenures, with Magna Marine of Mr. Panagopoulos, operating 8 Panamax vessels. We are the same department with the technical manager of Magna, and with Mr. Economou, TMS, same division, having 50 Panamax vessels, 50, one of the biggest, the second in Greece. So there is a little bit of experience, not of course the same as my colleague Harris. Next slide, Karen, please. This is last night screenshot. I heard that we've got 2 captains with us. Captain Omar, I don't remember the other name. Can any one of you captains identify any of Anglo vessels? All of these vessels are the vessels we're managing here in Cyprus. Any of our 2 captains identify the course, the position into the SIPSU2, one of the Anglo vessels? I don't see any volunteers, so let me explain. Let's start from the left corner of the screenshot. Anglo Red is headed for San Lorenzo in Argentina, then close to Madagascar after Port Louis. We can see Anglo-Saxon that is headed to South Africa, Richards Bay in Mediterranean. At anchorage is Cynosure at Port of Taranto. I can see that Karen is also using the cursor. So move the cursor to the Mediterranean. Where is the Italian boot? Yes, the other vessel on the top is Anglo Cynosure. That's the one. And then let's move to the right side of the screen. If you can see, we have Anglo Marimar just at anchorage Tabonio Port in Indonesia, East Kalimantan. I can't see because I can see the attendees, Karen, but you can identify Indonesian islands and East Kalimantan of Borneo. There is Marimar. Close to China, Beliun is Anglo Marie-Louise waiting orders, most probably going back to Australia, Port Hedland. I think that Anglo Barinthus is still at anchorage Busan or Busan in South Korea. And the only vessel that is missing from this screenshot is Anglo Jessica, which is currently navigating the waters between Aleutian and Hawaiian Islands and is headed to a Malaysian port. So that's for your knowledge to understand how important is the information you enter daily into the SIPSU 2, enabling the both superintendents to see where is your vessel, what sort of weather is encountering, and what is the performance and all of that. Next slide, please. My colleagues explained before about our structure. Anglo fleet structure is part of fleet number 2. You remember Captain Alistair Revitt, our managing director, and before it was Haris Murgini, our fleet manager. And you recognize the names of superintendents, assistant fleet superintendents. A full team is taking care of Anglo International and is constantly in contact with you. Next slide, please, Karen. So I'm about to speak for the 2021 technical summary. This is coming from the group, of course. It's not referred only to Anglo Fleet, but the full company. Important topics are vessel inspections, unplanned downtime, maintenance, docking, greenhouse gases, and IMO baseline strategy. Requirements of January 2023, in parentheses, is a very, very well known nowadays EEXI and CII factors. Then it's the new legislation which is applicable nowadays in 2022. And at the bottom is environmental initiative of equal importance. Next slide, please. So let's start with the vessel inspections. This slide is mainly for the group statistics, but in the first part, in the first circle, I prefer to put the Anglo vessels. So we've got 8 vessels, and each year we need to carry out 2 technical and 1 marine inspection, 2 technical by fleet superintendents and 1 by marine superintendents. For Anglo Fleet is a procedure that it is Anglo procedure. We have to carry out 3. So speaking about numbers, in 2021, we managed to complete all the inspections according to our VMS and SIPSUR. But I think, Haris, that we didn't manage to perform 3 or 4 inspections in some Anglo vessels due to travel restrictions and COVID restrictions and all of that. But the intentions in 2022 is to carry out 24 technical and 8 marine inspections. You can see in the next topics there the inspections carried out by the group. There are many, honestly, there are many. The new thing for 2022 is the APP and the way we are going to do remotely or physically the vessel inspections. Masters and chief engineers, they know that in case the vessel is in China, there is no any third party or any affiliated company inspector available, they can do a remote inspection. So there is no reason to encounter any overdue inspections. We are following closely the timeline, and our target is to not miss any, to not have any overdue inspection. So far we have none. So we are very proud of this, and we will continue like that. And speaking about critical performance monitoring, this is another KPI that we should not let any critical PMS to be overdue, because our target, our KPI for 2022 is 0. We have to stick on that and be always mindful. Here, this is a very good point to make reference to what Haris Mourgini said earlier about details and about the famous proverb that details devil is hidden in the details, and how important it is to be careful with the details. I think I counted 10 times Haris spoke about details. My proverb is a bit different because I am, let's say, a bit of an artist. I'm not dubious mind like Haris. I always remember Leonardo da Vinci proverb that details make perfection, but perfection is not a detail. So whichever proverb you take, you have to be very careful with the details, because we are facing downtime, we are facing off hire, because somebody missed something, because always we are human, we are making mistakes, but we are here a big team and we can support you at any time. Karen, next time, please. Next slide, please. Unplanned downtime, of course, it's very strict. I think this is the target of 2021, 18 minutes per vessel per year. And all the others, our captains know very well that there is no room to maneuver, there's no room let's say, to have downtime. Okay, let's bear that in mind, and let's remember. Next slide, Karen, please. Unfortunately, our SIPSU2 is a very powerful tool. You can produce, not you, but in our IT department and ourselves, we can produce very informative graphs like that. And you can see in 2021 which vessels are listed having high unplanned downtime. You can spot easily that Anglo Jessica and Anglo-Saxon are in the list. We had some mishaps, some minor issues or major in 2021, and our aim is in 2022 to perform better. But this is the usefulness of having this SIPSU2, that we can have per fleet, per office, or full group all of these statistics. Karen, next slide, please. Another important statistic that you may get something from there is the technical incident update we received the end of the year. The most, how can I say, profound failures, and some of them are related to power loss. Again, this is related to the group values. Due to main propulsion, we had 20 incidents. Due to auxiliary engine power plant, 6, and the list goes on. And I wish to draw your attention at anchor mooring equipment. We had 2 in 2021, and one of those was Anglo-Cynosure at anchorage Usluga in January or February, Haris, if my memory serves. So you see that things happen. We had a lot of incidents in 2021, and everything is let's say monitored and logged. Next slide, please. So in SIPSU2, mostly our chief engineers, they have to learn how to use this document manager, so they can navigate. They can find that for MAN two-stroke engines, we've got almost 392 service letters. There is no chance anything missing from the major from the main engine makers. You can see there that there's Wärtsilä, there's MAK, there's Rolls-Royce for main engines, and Akasaka, and many others. So in case anyone believes of the chief engineers or of the engineering team, the engineers team on board the vessel believes that there's something missing, he can get in contact with Fleet Superintendent or Haris Mourginis, and we will find out. But we believe that we have put everything there from the group, of course. Next slide, Karen. Quickly, I'd like to say a few words about dry docking. Next, maybe this month, we are going to have Anglo Cyprus dry docked in Turkey. And last year we had some dry docks. We've got a department in the group that is there to assist and support. Of course, we have KPIs. Next slide, please. But the thing to remember is that as a group, we carried out almost 100 vessels docked last year. So there are many. We have a lot of statistics. Next slide, please. And of course, we have at the end, after the dry docking period, the superintendent and the fleet manager has to answer a questionnaire, and then we categorize the yards according to safety or let's say environmental protection or time management or dry docking cost. And we have a clear picture, and of course we can share this information with our with Anglo International. Going to the regulations of 2022, next slide, Carmen. I can tell you a few words about EEXI and EEDI of 2022. Next slide, Carmen. And IMO greenhouse gases. This is EEXI, EEDI is mandatory for all vessels from January 2023. We have set up a monitoring scheme. We had a team that following that. We've got the project managers in the office. We know what we've been doing for all vessels. I know, Haris, that for Anglo, you are working with technical management there, technical manager, and you have specific timelines and objectives. Next slide, Karen. And as a group, we've got action points. The thing that you should remember is that as a group and CITEC and the group has we are ready to provide assistance to all ship owners and can produce all and assemble reports according to EEXI or greenhouse gases. And this is the most important thing to remember. Next slide, Karen. This is a bit complicated about EU MRV, which is not the only one. Nowadays, we have UK MRV and a lot of regulation. For EU MRV, the vessels that are operating in Europe, they know very well. Now it's already started, the UK MRV, and emission reports that's supposed to be logged, supposed to be available on board the vessels for vessels that visiting UK. Next slide, Carmen. And action points. All of this data should be entered into SEMP, and we are here in the office, and the fleet cell can support you. Next slide, Karen. More legislation for 2022. Next slide, Carmen. So very interesting. French government decided to ban any discharges of open loop scrubbers within the 3 nautical miles. This has been entered into force in January 2022. This is important to remember that there is a fine of 4,000 euros in case of non-respect of this regulation. Don't challenge the French people. Next slide, Karen. Post-trade control guidelines for onboard fuel sampling entering into force 1st of April 2022. Next slide, Karen, please. Okay, it's been how many, maybe 20 years now with the sampling points. They decided that we have to provide some regulation about the position, about safety standards, and all of that you can easily read in this slide and avoid how to avoid a spill. Next slide, Karen. And what MARPOL regulation foresees for all of this, for the sampling points. All the information is here. You can review carefully after the meeting, being always mindful about the time. Next slide, Karen. Last session, if I remember, is about single-use plastics, and the efforts is being made by our colleagues in Oceanic Catering and, of course, ourselves. We've got solutions and caring about the plastics. Next slide, Karen. You should remember the actual consumptions and the targets: 1.24 cubic meter per vessel per month. Options, solutions available by Oceanic Catering, our affiliated company, and fleet superintendent, fleet manager available to support you, and also marine superintendent. Next slide, Karen. Feedback we're receiving from the vessels and what we are doing. Next slide, Karen. Actions, what we have to remember, that we have to move forward the objective and engage with the initiative. We have to commit to a transition plan, overcome the barriers, and become informed. Next slide, Karen, I think is the last one. A few words about group strategy. The group, we went together. Marine services are ready to provide service and solutions to operational challenges and problems. ESG, environmental social governance is governance is available for 2022. Services by CTEC being bundled, and if you have any, CTEC also includes an appropriate RFQ service inquiry. I think that was the last one, Karen. Yes,
Yeah.
that was the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the updates. And we will have another 10 minutes Q&A sessions. So guys, if you have any questions to our speakers, indeed, it's a lot of informations we received from today. So feel free to raise your hands and type in the questions. And we have one here in the comment box. This is from Mr. Esnardo. Let me read it for you, guys. In Anglo Marimar, the ballast water management plan is D1, that is flow-through method. Now that the BWTS has been commissioned and BWTS certificate has been changed to D2. Now the question is, what if the vessel will uptake ballast water in the river like in China, which the water has a different color, although it is treated and filtered in the process of uptake, but somehow it causes discoloration of the water on the surrounding water during the pumping out. Will the vessel be penalized for this one? Anyone can take up the question?
Haris, can you take that?
Haris?
Yes, I believe if Stuart is with us, he would be the perfect person to answer this, as he has, but I can also answer. No? Okay, let me answer from my side. This is a good question, Esnardo. There is a limit of, there are some specifications as to what limits of turbidity and clarity of water these systems will work. And it is known that in some places the turbidity, and in some ports the turbidity will be such that will not allow proper operation of the system. But remember, that the radiation emitted by these lamps is not visible light. It is UV, it's ultraviolet, it's very high energy radiation and will kill microorganisms without us seeing it necessarily. So this might be a little counterintuitive because one might think that if I don't see light passing through, then the radiation might not be passing through either. And that is partially true, but that's not the mechanics of this system's operation. It is designed to kill even at much higher turbidities than what we can see. And at the bottom line, these systems are designed to give you an alarm as to when they are compliant and when they are not. So if there is an issue like that, because it might not, the issue might not be only the water, it might be the system itself or some lamps missing, or recently, actually today, we have a problem with the Jessica that something passed through one UV reactor and destroyed 20 lamps. So one of the systems is out of operation. So in cases like this, you will get an alarm that the system is not compliant. And then you will have to go to your office, inform the office, and get further instructions. Now, the office will inform, will discuss with the makers and with the vessel's classification and flag, and the right decision will be reached. I hope this covers pretty much your question. Yeah, you're right.
Just one comment from me. Okay, if you're taking ballast in the dirty river, for instance, and you have continuous alarms on your system, then of course you continue taking ballast. You take like it is, but then you need to do ballast exchange during sea passage because treatment plant is not functioning properly. Here you describe it slightly different situation. If you took ballast through the ballast treatment plant and it was working perfectly, but you expect just a discoloration of the water in discharge port. If you have documented procedures that you took ballast using the system and system was working properly, then there is no need for intermediate exchange of ballast. But it's tricky because when water is dirty, often you will get numerous alarms on your system.
Yep. Thank you, Harris and Oleg. I think Stuart is on the call through Rhiannon. Let's just wait. But of course, if there is still any questions or comments from our delegates, feel free to raise your hand.
May I just add to my colleague's presentation? We had two different presentations where we were discussing two incidents. One related with the flooding of the forward emergency fire pump room, and second with flooding of cargo hold. Here I just want to point out one thing. Both incidents happened on same vessel with 6 months difference, and both of them related with a similar system. And we believed that after first incident we did good investigation report, we shared lessons learned, but honestly speaking, second incident confirmed us that lessons was not learned properly on board the vessel, and we face it again, the similar situation. So the importance of every, let's say, experience sharing, safe practices sharing, safety bulletins, technical bulletins, that we expect that on board the ship, you take actions to prevent similar situations on board your vessels. It's not just a formal process that you're reading it in front of the crew and that's all. take actions which we are, let's say, putting in the final comments and conclusion of our safety, but take actions. It should not be a formal process. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg. Any other questions from our delegates or comments?
May I ask one question from top officers? We were talking about RightShip inspections. Okay, your vessels due to age are not, let's say, due yet for RightShip inspections. It's become compulsory after 14 years, for 14 years old vessels and over. But do you have RightShip questionnaire on board? Did you ever see the RightShip questionnaire?
It was sent to all vessels last year, the latest version of RightShip, and Master were advised to introduce this on board and to use it.
Yes, Olaf, thank you. I know that it was circulated, but I want to know, was it ever seen by senior officers on board? Can you guess, just, we have two captains on board. Can you guess how many pages approximately, just roughly, in this questionnaire? So,
Just 15 pages, sir.
15?
Probably 50 pages, just approximately.
Okay, who give more? Okay, just for instance, this new questionnaire, which was circulated last year, consists of 177 pages. And it's no harm to take it and just make a quick look through the questions. Even you are not going to do inspection now, but this question covers all aspects of vessel's operations. When you're preparing for any inspection, port state control, just open RightShip questionnaire. You will find questions about everything there. 177 pages of questions. And soon it will be applicable for your vessels. Either we can do voluntary inspection or it will be compulsory with time coming, with new industry standards coming. So sooner or later we need to do this inspection. So take a chance. Once again, we can circulate it once again to your vessels. When you will be back, make sure that it's available on your laptop or in your file somewhere, this question, and have a look just to understand what we are talking about.
Okay, we still have one more questions, I think, before we have our stretch break. This is from Mr. Omar Buhawe. The question is there any programs for the company to replace corroded hydraulic pipeline for our vessels?
Okay, can I take that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. There is no problem as per se for only for hydraulic pipes. There is a program of upkeeping the ships and especially the decks. We've recently introduced, Captain Olaf is in touch with most of the ships about this. And we are monitoring the condition of the decks and of course of their equipment. So we don't want to have a separate program. We want to keep the ships in good condition, and we need you to point us in the right direction. If the hydraulic pipes are corroded, you need to inform us and you need to tell us what you need, and we will support you. But like I said before, send us your message. We need to communicate a little bit better, I think. So that is my answer. If you need to replace hydraulic pipes, we will send you hydraulic pipes to replace, and any other help you need. And we will do that. The owners have never objected to that, and they are with us. We will all help you, but you need to tell us, and you need to work on it. You need to keep on working. You need to keep on derusting, and you need to keep on painting. So please tell us what you need. If we are late to send you what you need, remind us, and we will remind you if we see something in a picture or if we see something in the vessel inspection report. So that's my answer. Hope it covers it.
Just one remark. If this question appears, I can presume that pipes are not okay. So either heavily corroded or leaking or something. So otherwise, why to ask? Then I have my question to you. Is this defect reported in ShipSure? Do you using ShipSure to report defects? Answer yourself that if we have proper communication line and the defect reporting, then for sure it will be follow-up actions. If we just keep quiet and not reporting defects, don't expect that someone will come, will see what you need, and will do it. You own your vessel. Take care of your vessels and report us. We are here to assist you.
Yes, sir. I think we have reported this from our side and the request for the necessary spare parts for the pipelines that we have need to replace. But we still we have waited for quite long time, but we did not receive. We received only a few, but it's not enough for the replacement of other corroded.
Okay, thank you for telling this. So I guess the fleet should take actions.
Captain Omar, I understand what you're saying. You have to understand that this is something that needs to be adjusted between the office and the ship. The fact that you are asking for something, we are there always to support you, but we need to work on this together. We cannot support you in the middle of the ocean. We cannot always support you in China because of COVID. And we cannot support you if you find out that your deck is not in good condition and that you need 500 meters of hydraulic pipes today and you need them tomorrow. Maintenance of a ship is something that happens gradually. It's supposed to happen continuously. And the idea of a defect that will require a program means that the vessel was left behind its maintenance for a long time. Now, like Oleg said, it is the crew's responsibility to follow up the maintenance and to ask assistance in time from the office. Now, I understand that there are problems like maybe some budgetary problems, some COVID problems, some communication problems. These are the problems that we have to work around. Otherwise, I see no reason for you to ask a question like that. It is the crew's responsibility to keep the ship in good condition. So the fact that you are asking that means, of course, that this didn't happen, first of all, and then that the spares or the material didn't reach you on time. So the time is something relative for all of us. So please let us try to, the same is with the spare parts. Let us try to continuously, this is a continual effort. It's not one-off. It's not we send you spare parts and we forget about it and we expect you to do the ship well until next port. And it's not for you to raise a PO or say something in an email or a phone and then you're done. It's not like that. We are one team and we have to keep on talking. I see your frustration and I take it, not frustration, maybe your concerns, and we take it very seriously. But please understand that the mentality that we need to have is that of cooperation. Now, if you are talking about cooperation and not hydraulic pipes, then I will entertain this thought. But having a program is very limiting. We need to maintain the ships. These are ships that operate worldwide, and they need to be in tip-top condition. They present difficulties, as you know very well, with port of calls and COVID and where we can send spare parts. You understand, hydraulic pipes cannot be found anywhere. You cannot find hydraulic pipes in Brazil, for example. And if you find them, they are going to be 3 times as much. Unfortunately,
you spend a fortune, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, and we have to take everything into account. So again, like I said in my presentation, let's work this together. We are here. We are here to help and to listen to your concerns. And thank you again for your comments. But I'll come back to what Oleg, our DPA, said. I don't see our SIPSUR being used properly. And I don't see too much information. We are finding out things that we didn't know about, and this is not pleasant for any one of us, even you on board. Okay, it shows that we have other types of problems than just hydraulic pipes, and that's what we are trying to solve now. Okay. So we will hear your complaints, but please always keep in mind that it's not only about the bad office who is not sending spare parts or the bad ship that is letting the ship rot. Okay, we are one team and we have to believe in that. I hope that covers. I'd gladly hear your additional comments, Captain Omar.
May I say something, Karen?
Yes.
Of course, nobody challenges that teamwork is very important, but I believe Captain Omar has something in mind, that this situation has already developed. So if the situation is developed and you estimate that soon some of the hydraulic pipe is going to leak, and we are going to have which automatically poses a risk of oil pollution, especially the vessel calls at ports. So I believe that, okay, maintenance, maybe it's not only maintenance, but what has been done in the past is irrelevant. What we need to do is to make a good plan to start replacing the pipes, because one pipe after the other depends on the maker, depends on the condition of the vessel, or the previous crew on board. So we need a plan. And Harris and the team are 100% sure, and the owners, of course, to approve the cost to send spares at convenient ports where we can find different sizes of hydraulic pipes, and you, Captain Omar, and with the team on board to start replacing part by part, piece by piece, so to put the system, hydraulic system, on deck in good condition, good operation conditions, and you are not going to receive any serious deficiency from port state control or other inspections on board. So the thing is, if we have reached a state where we cannot do anything else, maintenance is irrelevant, let's highlight this. Let's shoot an email tomorrow morning to the fleet superintendent, copy Harris, and we will take care. Okay, Captain Omar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for hearing my opinion. I'm just concerned with the environmental protection. So this is also for us all to protect the environment regarding this matter. And we send these photos, I think every week for the update of the maintenance on board.
Yeah, I don't know the vessel you are about, but I know that marine superintendents, they are gathering all of this information. They're making, they file them, and they're viewing, they comment on them. So I'm pretty sure that we will take action, if not ready by tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for pleasant hearing my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that interesting discussion. And we still have a few more questions in the chat box, but we'll take it up on the final Q&A. So for now, let's just... Yes.
May I, sorry, Karen, I have a relative question from Efren. It's again about hydraulic pipes, and if we could get an extra fitter, and I would just like to say, because we already covered this, that we have already done that. Whenever we deem necessary, we will, and the owners, not we, the owners will approve whatever it's necessary to improve the condition of the ship. But having more hands on board, it's not always the answer. If it's necessary, we will send a fitter on board. The question is, I don't know if you can all see it, if we can get another fitter on board to assist with the replacement of hydraulic pipes. And like I said before, we've done it before, and we will do it again as long as it's necessary. Nobody is sparing effort and expense for this. We need to have the ships in good condition. So please guide us as to what you need, and we will discuss and we will do it. Okay, just to close this matter. Sorry, Karen. Sorry, everybody. I took your...
Yeah, sorry, no problem. And I hope it answers your question, Efren.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so seeing the essence of time, let's just have a 5-minute stretch break, and then we'll come back with career development and progression from our training superintendent, Vitali Kamani, and then we'll have the open forum up next. Thank you. And welcome back, everybody. So we're nearly towards the end of our session. Let me welcome you, Vitaly, Commander, our Quality Manager and Training Superintendent in Bishop's Ukraine, to talk about career progression and competence development. Hi, Vitaly. You're welcome.
Hi, Karen. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good day to everyone. I'm glad to see all of you in this crew seminar. Thank you for the joining. My name is Captain Vitaly. I will lead you through the career development and competence management system briefing until the end of today's seminar. Briefly about myself, I joined the ship in 1998 as a cadet and steadily growing till the rank of the master. In 2011, decided to step down for the shore position, joint training department. Since this time, delivering different types of training, also assisting Captain Sharma with various global training-related projects. From 2013, I'm also sharing responsibilities as a quality manager for the V-Ship Ukraine and training services. Next slide, please. Generally, we'll talk about your career progression. Sorry, some issues with microphone probably. We will talk about your career progression and competency development. This is all about you. Probably you hear or read somewhere about so-called Peter Principle. Peter J. Lawrence was a Canadian educator and hierarchist who is best known to the general public for the formulation of Peter Principle. He made significant amount of different social researches and observed that people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their level of incompetence, so-called level of incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in a previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skill in one job do not necessarily translate to another. A person who is competent at their job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skill. If promoted person lacks the skill required for the new role, he or she will be incompetent at the new level and will not be promoted again. If person is competent in a role, he or she will be promoted again and will continue to be promoted until reaching a level at which they are incompetent. Being incompetent, the individual will not qualify for the promotion again, and so will remain stuck at this final placement, or so-called Peter Plateau. This outcome is inevitable, given enough time and enough position in hierarchy to which competent employees may be promoted. This is especially true in such hierarchy-based organizations like shipping or maritime organizations. Just a couple of examples. You were the third mate who was promoted to second mate, then chief mate, then to master. If the right tool was not provided to you, your career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in that chain you may stuck in a position where you are not competent. Second mate, who is agreed in that particular role, may give you a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to the chief officer position. But without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities, there is a risk that based on a positive impression that he or she gives you, then this person becomes promoted and lands on a new position, but is not enough competent to work in a new role. This is a proven scientific research model. It's not like a V-group developed position. The other example is when chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master hears from more senior officer that there is a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level without getting any detailed information, with the risk or to lose the motivation. All this might happen unless you put a balanced competence development program in place. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to throw the ball to you. I'm going to conduct a short poll. and then we will discuss result. You have been with the group for many years as a senior officers, junior officers. Are you satisfied with the current the group promotion process? I'd like you to vote in the chat, just put in the chat yes or no, satisfied or dissatisfied. It means, do you know what processes structure is in place? How you can be promoted? When you will be promoted? How clear is the procedure? So I wait for you, just type in the chat, yes or no. Are you satisfied with current promotion procedure we have in place or not? A short poll. Please type in the chat, yes or no. It's not a political question, just be open. Open the chat and type in yes or no. Yes. Okay, only one yes. So all are satisfied. Maybe someone no. Okay, all are satisfied, but anyway, we are living in a changing environment, so there is always a way for the improvement. I see Alex raised the hand. If you have a question, either type in the chat box or you will be given opportunity to ask your question.
Yes, sir. Good evening or good afternoon. If you are asking me about the promotion, I'm not satisfied. Because some people are deserving than the other. The problem is some people cannot properly express themselves. Some people fail in the interview, but actually they can handle the job. That's what I want to say.
Okay, then at least one person is not satisfied. Thank you very much. That means that it's a signal that the system needs to be improved, because
it needs to be.
We must have the procedure in place ensuring that all of you are 100% satisfied with the current promotion procedures, current promotion process we have in place. Okay, next question, please. Next question is how feel you comfortable as a senior officer when you get a newly promoted junior or other senior officer joining your vessel? We don't need political answers. Again, be open to express your experience. Are you satisfied or not satisfied? There was a poll. You can also type in the chat box. There was a poll conducted among our senior officers asking if they are happy to have newly promoted cadet working on board their vessel. Majority of answers were no, unless I train the person to the level of my standard. So please do not send any newly promoted junior or senior officer to my vessel. There is always possibility to improve the process, and we are striving to be 100% satisfied, that you are 100% satisfied. Okay, Karen, next question, please. Tell me, please, who is accountable for your career progression and career development? Who is a key accountable party? Is a superintendent, crew manager, yourself, or training department? Please type in the chat box. Just start typing in the chat box. Who is accountable for your career progression? Yourself, all of the mentioned. Yeah, I see the majority answers you, yourself. Absolutely. Key accountable party is you. All others like superintendent, crew managers, training department, we all are here to support you. As organization, we need to provide you with a platform, tool to make your career successful. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have contracted OTG since the year 2020, since the December year 2020. Ocean Technology Group with the parent company to the Seagull, Marlins, Videotel, and Maritime Training Services. Majority of you already worked out over the last year with their learning platform, with the Ocean Learning Management System. Previously, we had the Marlins, but it became a part of the OTG, Ocean Technology Group. During the year 2021, all vessels had been replaced with the Ocean Technology Learning Platform. What are the benefits? More variable type of content, vessel type specific content. More than 130 titles, common but specific for the vessel. Adaptive content. You do a pre-assessment while joining training. If during the pre-assessment knowledge gaps are discovered, then you don't need to pass through the complete training, but to do only parts where is a knowledge gap. This is under the development, in the development pipeline. It's not available right now, but is a step-by-step process and it's coming soon. Micro-learning means 2 or 3 minutes video, snipped video content, but not like a 1.5 hour training. Simulation games, like a navigation simulator, practical breach assessment and navigation standard test, which we are currently used to test navigational skills and knowledge. We also are looking for the rescue games and cholera games for the mobile devices, and all of them are coming. Another improvement is a risk matrix related reflection of the learning materials. Also ability to conduct surveys, send notices. Majority already use this system assurance on board. Online access and onboard access both are synchronized. Doesn't matter where learning is completed, it's replicated to ShipSure on a regular basis. All able to see when it's completed and either you are compliant with the company requirements or not. Next slide, please. And next slide. Voyage competence management system. This system is to replace the current procedure where we use the so-called paper-based forms IDM 30. Before we use them for the every rank. Voyage competence management system based on an industry standard implemented like an INCO standard, RightShip approved plus company customized, IMCO standards. If complete competencies, you are ticked off as ready for the promotion. It's a way to move, it's allow us to move away from the paper-based format to electronical. No, sorry, had a microphone issue. Competencies are specific for the vessel and specific for the next rank. Now all vessels have access to the voyage competence management system. Please keep in mind, if you are not completed competencies till January 2022, after the January 2022, if they are not signed by your senior officers, then you will not be considered as ready for the promotion. Also, another goal, another target of using the voyage competence management system is to achieve operational excellence by developing our officer competence. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, those competencies are based on the industry standards, international standards. It's not an e-learning. The competence is not an e-learning. It's expected that officers striving to be promoted will spend minimum time in front of the computer. Actually, the assessment, competency assessment, should be taken through the on-job training, mentoring, or assessment by the most senior officers on board the vessel, master or chief engineer. The officer may simulate requirements, may simulate competencies required for the next rank. Then register or report his or her readiness for the assessment. Officer is able to print out the guidelines and standardized criteria for the evaluation, which are the equivalent for each and every vessel for the same competence or proficiency. Then officer can use those guidelines and criteria for the evaluation to prepare themselves for the forthcoming assessment. The assessor, senior officer, master, or chief engineer also can print out once declared by the officers as ready for the assessment. Assessor also can print out the guidelines for the assessment and criteria for the assessment. This allows us to reach the consistency in assessment of all our officers across the entire global fleet. And then both officer being assessed and the assessor will use those guidelines and criteria during the face-to-face assessment. After the face-to-face assessment, assessor, master, or chief engineer will either approve or disapprove that competency via the competency management system, and then it will be registered electronically, and in case of approved, this percentage of competencies approved will be captured by ShipSure. So status of the CFR, either ready for the promotion or not, will be displayed in the ShipSure. Currently, we have this functionality in ShipSure, and it's expected that, yes, can you please switch over to next slide? It's expected that the officer will complete more than 90% of all competencies required for the next rank in order to be accounted as ready for the promotion. As I already mentioned, during the year 2021, all vessels were replaced with the Ocean Technology Group Learning Management System and the Competence Management System. And since the January 2022, use of Voyage Competence Management System became mandatory. So paper format forms IDM 30 are no more required. Next slide, please. All this about the consistency. One time down, it may not give you the results. Learning, training, and development requires a consistency. You need to take everyday step, even it's small step, to make your career goal closer to you. And we wish you all the great success in your career. And it's actually final question for my presentation today. How do you think? How long does it take an average person to become a sailor? Please be open, express your opinion. How many days, months, years? Just type in the chat box. How long, how much time does it take the average person to become a sailor? I'm waiting for you from you. Please type in the chat. How do you think? How many days or months or years? Any ideas? Lifetime.
5 years, sir.
Sorry, a friend?
5 years may be enough, sir.
Any other ideas? It's only one, lifetime. Maybe less, maybe more, even more than lifetime. How do you think? 2 years, okay. Any other ideas? One Finnish contract, 1 year. Good, a lot of ideas. Okay, but actually no, Karen. Answer is that an average person will never, ever become a sailor. You need to be proud about that. You are special, you are beyond that, you are beyond average. Again, we wish you success in your career goal achievement using all those tools we mentioned earlier. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we are moving to the final question and answer session. Karen, if we have any unanswered questions, okay. From Benevido Esnarda to everyone. What present difficulties in hydraulic pipes replacement and maintenance is the fitter are not only working on deck, they have to carry out also maintenance in engine room most of the time. I believe there was similar question about the hydraulic pipes asked before. So might be Harris, would you be able to answer this question? Or Stuart Payne, technical manager? Karen, sorry, can you please remind me who was participating in the hydraulic pipe discussion in the previous question and answer session?
Yes, Vidali. We still have Harris on the call and Oleg.
Was already answered by Harris before you went on the phone.
Yes. Maybe we can call on Mr. Bienvenido to comment on his question.
Hi, ma'am.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Mr. Bienvenido. I believe my question has been answered by Superintendent Harris. Yep.
Okay, then this was fixed. And we have another question in the chat regarding our health card, when it will be available. Thank you.
Oh, Vitalia can take this.
Yes, please.
Yes, first of all, I would like to ask Marie from Southfield if all the applications have been made and if everything requested has been submitted to Ganesh for the cards. Marie?
Yes, ma'am. I already coordinated also for the crew on board. Prior joining, during pre-joining briefing, I'm always including this health card.
Okay, so in order to be able to assist everybody in this call and anyone else who might be missing the cards, can you please send to me and Nenad an updated list of the people you have applied for and you have not yet received the cards so we can follow up?
I think the card, ma'am, it's an electronic copy because other crew sent me the copy of their card. It's an electronic.
Okay, just check who has not received it, like Mr. Joffrey here, so we can make sure that he will get it soon, okay?
Okay, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the next question, almost all the crew
Yes.
had their vaccine booster shot. Are the crew allowed to shore leave? Basically, every time you need to go on a shore leave, the captain will need to fill in a risk assessment in shipshore for approval from the office here. And it is always subject to the local rules and regulations in each port you are calling. So although we do suggest that you are very careful and you take every precaution, if you would like to go on a shore leave, check first with the local agent if it is allowed. And if you receive a positive answer, then please approach your captain in order for him to fill in the risk assessment and get approval from the office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lena. And I believe the next question is the same.
The next one is mine as well. Unfortunately, no, the plan is only for the senior officers of the fleets. And for the time being, there is no provision for the junior officers or the ratings. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Vitaly, we still have one more question from Captain Omar. Questions regarding the salary increase that started in March and not from January. I think this is also for Elena.
Yeah, I'm the lucky person of the day. So yes, Captain Omar, the situation is that we are still negotiating the budgets, and then we had the agreement to have the wages based on seniority in order to be able and give increases throughout the contracts. But then because of the many complaints we had received from people on board and people ashore, because in this fleet, you are very used to all of you in the same rank receiving the same wages. We discussed with owners again, and at the end of the day, it was decided that, okay, we will not have the wage scales anymore. We will just shift to same salary for everybody within the same rank. It took some time to get the things verified, to send the wage scales to the vessels and to send the new contracts. And I believe that within this month, all the vessels will be aligned and everything will be finalized.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for clarification.
You are very welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, Lena. Any other question? Okay, then I would be delighted to invite the managing director of the ship Cyprus, Alastair Evitt, with the closing remarks. Alastair, you're welcome. Again.
Vitaly, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm very conscious that it is a late evening now in Manila. It is 8:45 in the evening. And it was an interesting question, thank you, regarding the health card for junior officers. And of course, it would be nice to give everything to everybody. But I myself know there's got to be an incentive to climbing the ladder. So for the junior officers that don't have the health card, set your sights on the chief officer's job and the master's job. So that, get promoted, do the job, do the training, get promoted, get the benefits. That applies to all of us in all walks of life. I thank you, first of all the onboard management team, all the seagoing colleagues. I think the questions have been superb. I think the interaction has been positive. And Harris made a very good point. Please don't, what I call is fire and forget. So don't think by sending an email you've discharged your responsibility. And this comes back a little bit to the conversation this morning regarding the safety standard was low because the office didn't supply the equipment. The office is not right, of course, but the onboard management team, the senior management team, has a responsibility for themselves and their colleagues. So sending an email, if you don't get a reply, DPA, you get myself and you say, I need this because the safety is at risk and I don't accept it. So don't fire and forget. Don't think that sending an email makes it somebody else's problem. It's your ship, your colleagues, your safety, your responsibility. Second point is, please, if in doubt, ask. I and nobody else expects everybody to know everything. I was once told in life that there is only one rank on board a ship that knows everything, and that is the cadet. By the time you get to third mate, you realize there's some things you don't know. By the time you get to second mate, a bit more you don't know. By the time you get to master, you realize there's a lot you don't know. And that's about experience and confidence. Learn lessons from other people's experience, particularly bad lessons. So please, we will share our experiences. And if you can learn from that and avoid any incident or accident on board your ship or to yourself, then at least something good can come out of somebody else's bad experience. The other point I took was use the systems. The systems are not your enemy. If you can put the information accurately in ShipSure once, then that can be read by all of your colleagues ashore. And hopefully, captains and chief engineers will avoid a barrage of emails asking you the same question. So make sure that the information in is accurate. It can then be trusted, and hopefully that will cut the number of emails asking you questions about information that already exists. So to finalize, as I said this morning, we will succeed as one management team. The vessel management team in the office and the vessel management team on board. We need each other, we support each other. The management team on board are the eyes and ears of the combined management team. Tell us good and bad news. Bad news will come out eventually. With modern systems, modern communications, there's nowhere to hide. So tell us, it will come out. So the sooner we know, the sooner we can support, the sooner we can help, the sooner we can resolve. The management team ashore are the support function. Yes, they may send out harsh messages or require information, but fundamentally, the shore-based team is here to support the vessel. And the office team can best support when we know what is happening and what is needed on board. So finally, a big, big thank you to everybody involved in participating in the seminar. I thank Karen, Rishi, Vitali, and the support team for organizing the seminar. I thank Peter and Stuart from Anglo for giving us an owner's perspective, because at the end of the day, we all want and need the same result. So everybody, a big round of applause to you all. Well done. I hope that you've gained something positive out of this. And this is only the start to better and better communications. God bless. Good evening. Safe sailing when you go back to the ships, and we look forward at some time in the future in being able to do this face to face. Nothing would make me happier. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Alastair, for such important parting words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Also, thank you everyone who, for all our seafaring colleagues, for your time that you was able to take a time and join this very important seminar. Thank you for sharing your questions, your concerns. Also, thank you very much for all today's speakers for this important information presented to our colleagues, seafaring colleagues. Also, we would like to hear from you your feedback on the quality of this seminar. You have this information on the screen. Please, we would kindly ask you to take some time and complete this survey. And again, thank you very much for today's participation in that seminar. Please take care, stay safe, and have a nice evening ahead. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Vidal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Day.